Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Got a little bit too excited there. It's only Tuesday. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We got some work to do before Thursday when our game releases, but I'm excited for that. But today we're gonna finish up the other three mini games we need to design: the shooting gallery, the gold panning, and the dueling. And then if we can get through those pretty quickly, I don't know, then we can start to talk about the achievements, which will be an in-game achievement system, and the buffs and debuffs, which should be pretty fun and pretty easy. Kind of. They're important to progression, so I want to get them right, but they're also not too creatively demanding or just tedious than anything. But first, I need to pour this Coke. There we go. Okay, we left off in the shooting gallery yesterday, where oh, that's right, yes. Thankfully, I wrote it down. Takes place from train moving around the map. Hit scan weapon data layer to spawn in and out targets. General score you obtain to spend on rewards. Which will be a little bit different compared to our other mini games and how we handle the rewards for those. But I like that. I think that's a pretty good way to do it. And it will encourage smart level design around the town in order to enable interesting shooting scenarios. And because the train is going to be moving around this track, likely, I don't know, with who knows how we're going to handle it. But let's say with like a timeline, we could also switch out the curve so that it speeds up or slows down in different sections, which could be fun to allow for more time to shoot things. We shall see. We shall see. Either way, let's get started. What's the trigger for that? Is that it's the wooden nickel? Doesn't necessarily make sense anymore, considering it's not like a little arcade machine, but you know what? I'm okay with it. It is what it is. We can always change it later. Fuck, where the hell is it? Oh, here it is. Oh, I have to go up and press edit anyway. What a waste. I wish you could see the table of contents while you're editing it. A little bit annoying. You know what? We never added the safe cracking trigger either. What was the trigger for the safe cracking? Train ticket. I almost kind of want to move that over to the shooting gallery. We could still. Let's write it down, we'll think about it. Move train ticket to be trigger for shooting gallery? Question mark. Change wooden nickel to something else. Because it doesn't really make sense for safe cracking. But we could still find an alternative for the safe cracking. Even if we wanted to do like a key or something. Safe cracking, trigger, something else? I don't know. We'll figure it out today. Okay, shooting gallery will then be the... Well, it's either the wooden nickel or the train ticket. At this point, I don't know. Alright, let me copy this out of here. We can reuse this. The hell? Is that annoying? Looping around the town is a train, also used in the safe cracking minigame. The player will board the train, where they'll mount up on a window with a gun. And shoot targets from the moving train. I need like a mock-up for this, for how it should look. It's like a whole bunch of like forlorn philosophical thinking. I need more just like a picture out of the window of a train. I don't even know what to type for this. Okay, it's... I can work with these. They're not great, but they're workable. It's mostly like the straight-on shots that I can edit pretty well. They're not very big though. I can edit this one. This will work. It's gonna look really fucking silly, but it'll work. Okay, Wild West town. A Wild West town is up for sale for $7.5 million in New Zealand. What the fuck? Who made this? So you can shoot Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, and you can shoot a Western. Pretty cool, though. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but it'll work. Bear with me. Okay. Cowboy with gun. I need him like aiming away from the camera. Okay. Can I get one like so dumb. It's so dumb, but it will suffice, I think. I think I'm making a meme. So stupid. Where's my eraser? There it is. Sorry, a little bit loud. Okay, now I just need a crosshair. With, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, it's just a mock-up. And let me do this. Image, adjustments, levels. Make it gray. Saturation, colorize. I just want something that kind of like sticks out in the background. That'll work. Okay, we did it. And we'll throw it in here. Don't you guys like my pro Photoshop skills? Isn't that insane? That was weird. Okay, we'll say that the train will perform n number of loops around the track from its starting point, with allowance for a custom curve to speed up or slow down during certain sections of the track. If we perform a simple look for track movement, during this time, a data layer is enabled with targets that can be shot. These targets can have a variety of not features, mechanics of what's the word? It's on the tip of my tongue. Of it's too early for words. Variety of behaviors. That's what I was looking for. Behaviors that dictate how they operate and what they do. I think similarly to how we've set this up with Into the Chasm, where I make those blueprints and for the platforming, I think I can create something here where I have like targets that will, you know, be able to trigger certain other things to happen, or something, you know, to move, or themselves, you know, to either to be like respawnable after a certain amount of time of being shot. Some are, you know, one hit, like a destructible bottle. Others might be, you know, you have to shoot multiple times or something. So we'll see. We're gonna put those here now, though. And the nice thing about using the data layer, if we go with the data layer route, is that the data layer, once it is unloaded, first off, it is async loaded, so it shouldn't have any hitching. And we can then do a callback on it being fully activated, which is great because that's when we can actually trigger the minigame to start on people who might need to load in some of that information. And additionally to that, when it is unloaded and reloaded, it doesn't save any of its information, so it basically just resets itself, which is perfect for our scenario. Destroyed in single hit. Destroyed in multiple hits. Respawnable. With delay. We should say that these targets can have a variety of behaviors that can dictate how they operate and what they do. With some behaviors being combinable. Trigger something in the scene. Speeds up / slows down train. We'll add on to it if we have other ideas, but that's a good start. I'm thinking like what you could do is, well, let me add something here too, like shooting targets can increase or decrease the score. The score being used to purchase rewards at the end of the minigame. Just wanted to clarify that there. I think we could do like removes minigame score if you shoot things that you're not supposed to shoot, like you know, citizens of the town, or something else. Doesn't have to be too intense or hardcore. Unlike other minigames, should we name this something else? Should we like have an internal name for some of these and make like a public name? So like we call this the shooting gallery. No, I don't like that idea. We should rename it though. I want to name it something like train shootout or whatever. Something a little bit more immersive, but better than train shootout. Unlike other minigames, the shooting gallery, we'll just call it this for now. Shooting gallery rewards you with score depending on how well you perform. Score can then be used at the end of the minigame to purchase items. This way you're not really worrying too much about what you're shooting exactly, but more just focused on shooting. And I think something we could do is have different size and or color of targets that will give you more or less score. So like bigger blue targets are, you know, like just 1 point, but super small red targets are larger in point. That should be doable. make sure to add color adjustment options for accessibility for colorblind people. I know a couple colorblind people that would appreciate stuff like that. Technically, Unreal Engine does have colorblind blueprint nodes, which work pretty well, but of course, if we use like blue, green, or red or something, it, you know, some of those might look the same under certain circumstances, so. I'm not sure how I feel about the player purchasing. Well, I mean, that's fine. What I feel is a lack of uniqueness with the rewards. I don't know if we can fix that. I mean, there is one thing that I can do to fix it for trinkets, but there isn't really a whole lot that I can do for some of the other things. I know we initially talked about having trinkets for other sections that you could earn in other ones. Let me explain that. So in the Wild West theme, you could earn trinkets that would be very powerful for, let's say, the Haunted Hotel theme or the Stylized Fantasy theme. And I think that's kind of cool, but it does make it a little bit weird. Like, you start to have like that theme bleed, I would say, where it doesn't feel like a self-contained experience necessarily. And it feels more like you're reliant on playing themes in order to do better in others, and I don't really want that in a casual game. On the surface, it sounds fun. Underneath the surface, it doesn't sound very good. I think we could do packs of like table items. Like, hey, you can purchase a random table collectible to spawn. You can purchase a another bullet to spawn or something. I think one of my original design ideas for the entire game was that each minigame would have its own set of progression. I've kind of been walking that back a bit, because I feel like it's a little bit too... I'll put it this way, I'm not sure if I want to do that. And that would be like a skill tree or certain upgrades for, in this case, the shooting gallery minigame you could buy. But to me, trinkets are basically that, but a little bit more interesting. Granted, with the right balance, and you could do both. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I'll put it this way: if we wanted to do it, it is pretty modular. It's not like a necessary aspect of the game. It could be added or removed, and then just rebalance the existing content to fix any problems with how it feels. So it's something I'll keep in my mind, and we'll see how it feels once it's all in the game. It's very possible that we might add what we have here and realize that it's perfect, or that it's fun, or maybe it just needs a little bit of a boost. It's also possible that we add it and be like, nah, we need something way more in-depth for like the progression. But it is a casual game, and I don't want there to be 10 different avenues of progression. You might put too much mental overhead on the player in some cases. Especially if we start tying achievements to like fully upgrade the train shooting gallery minigame. And it's like, okay, well, I don't like that minigame. Or, we want to reward it so much to the point where the player feels obligated to do it, or is upset when they don't find the right items to enable it, to trigger it. It could get frustrating, since the player is relying on RNG to play these minigames. And since our gameplay percentage goal is 80-20%, I just don't expect the player to be playing one individual minigame so much that it results in that. I'd rather they feel like fun little arcade games. And arcade games aren't meant to have that progression. They're just meant to play, be fun, have quick, easy gameplay loops, and then you move on to the next arcade game. We need to keep that in our minds. Arcade game, arcade game, arcade game. Doesn't need to be crazy. Sorry, that was a little bit long-winded. Because of my rubber ducky. I think it's it's kind of self-explained how this should work. I hope it is. Either way, I think that's okay for now. We'll think about how we want to solve that. Let's move on to the gold panning minigame, which is one that, from a technical perspective, I am the least sure about, but I might be overthinking it. Gold panning is where you put some sand into a little bowl shape. You guys know what gold panning is. Everybody knows what gold panning is. And because gold is so much denser than other minerals and the water, you very lightly swirl it around, which pushes the gold to the bottom of the pan because it's more dense, and let out the lighter materials into the water until you have a little bit, I wish it was that much, until you have a little bit of sediment in the bottom of the pan, and then you look for little gold pieces. Very fun, very chill, very relaxing. And this is the persistent minigame, so this minigame is always there to play at any time. And like I said, I might be overthinking it. There might be some easy ways to accomplish this. I would say mainly my concern is how we handle it from like a physics perspective. Because it is very much just physics driven. Jesus Christ. Fucking mad lad, that guy. Oh man, I don't know. And it's not even just the water, but obviously we know that small items in Unreal are just horrible with physics. The Chaos physics engine does not like small items. We can boost up the scale and play with perspective if we need to. Part of me wonders. Are there any gold panning games? Hydroneer. There is the Gold Rush game. I know the Gold Rush game. I don't think that had... No, that did have panning, didn't it? Gold Mining Simulator 2. Some of this, yeah, I was thinking like if fallback, we might be able to do like a wash. Because gold panning is very much like, you're going to find like placer gold, right? You're not going to find anything too crazy. Usually. Here they're using like a sluice box, which is basically just a much more efficient way of looking for placer gold like this. Yeah, this does... Okay, this is... Gold Mining Simulator does have panning. Gold mining... And they use the large nuggets, which is kind of what I was thinking we could do for our own panning. And I think this works by just washing away, so they scale it down. Yeah, it's very... Hmm. Is it fun? Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. I think that the panning for gold like this is pretty fun. I think this is decently well made. Obviously, this is not the only thing in the game. Just how you make some early money. Doing the controls for moving the pan around is not the hard part here. Interestingly, they don't. I'm really curious how they're handling the water. I mean, they're detecting the rotation of the pan to remove water. If it's too much, water starts to get removed. I guess they could do a second mesh. Huh. What is the water in this case? Could be a plane. Now with the way it deforms. We have an asset that might work here. And it's the potion one. Maybe. What's it called? Bottle. I swear it was like with potions or something. Liquid materials. Yeah, we have this, and I think this could work. Not only does this have physics, it looks really fucking cool too, by the way. Look at this. We can control the percentage amount of liquid within the container, and the liquid is taking the shape of a mesh. So in this case, we can use the pan interior as the liquid mesh and then fill that up in a percentage of how much water is in there. And based on the percentage of water that's in there, we can determine when that water should get poured out. So, you know, if it's at 100%, it's full right to the brim. And if we rotate the pan even a little bit, it's going to start spilling that out up until a certain point, right? So we can have those thresholds. And if you only have 10% of the liquid filled, then of course you can rotate the pan a lot more without spilling any of that. And then we can use that percentage of liquid in there to determine whether or not you can actually perform the washing. And I think just like they do here in Gold Rush, we can use larger chunks that then get washed down, quote, washed down into nuggets. I think that that would be doable. And I think this would look pretty good. And from what I remember, this was quite performant. Because it's all handled in the material level. It will be technically challenging, but I mean, it's par and course for game dev, right? Let's make some notes. Use larger dirt chunks for better physics. They wash down into little gold pieces. I think then we can either just do like a pre-made scooping animation into the river to gather new material, since the player is just going to be locked into this minigame for as long as they want. Use rotation and fill percentage of liquid. Determine thresholds for, because we can use the percentage of the liquid filled as an alpha for a lerp, in which case then we can use those values to determine the maximum amount of rotation allowed before that material starts to spill. How you doing, Ken? You're the first person to type to me in chat all day. It's been so quiet. Been talking into the wind for 50 minutes. 2 days, right? I'm really excited. Yeah, for real, dude. It's really weird. It's like, where are my usual peeps at? Turn to lurk now. We like the lurkers. Sometimes it's. I'm not gonna say it. Okay, I'll say it, because I don't want people to think that I was like shitty on lurkers. Sometimes it's like when I'm thinking about something, it's hard for me to respond to people in chat. But also at the same time, I like saying hi to you guys. Use rotation fill percentage of liquid to determine thresholds for rotational allowance before liquid spills out. Use fill percentage to determine whether there's enough liquid for washing. Which can be a distraction. Yeah, it can be. I don't want people to think that just because sometimes it's distracting that I want them to stop. And it's hard to know whether or not I'm mentally engaged in something to where I can't talk. Because you guys can't really see, you can't see into my mind at times. It's just streaming. I don't think there's any solution to the problem. Either, the solution is either that I like ignore chat, which then it's like, well, why am I streaming in the first place then? And that's also rude. Or we don't do game dev on stream, but that's, that's what I'm doing here. So there isn't any real solution. I think we can make this work. And they do a tutorial for creating your own meshes for the filling, which is nice. So I feel confident that that can work. All right, what is the trigger for gold panning? That's the gold nugget, right? Yes. Where the hell is it? These should almost be broken up into separate sections, actually. I might do that. I might have like the Wild West theme with basic info, and then we do sub-pages. This got a lot larger very quickly. Player can trigger the gold panning minigame from any time while in the theme and at the core machine, or the gold panning minigame is triggered by collecting a gold nugget. The triggered version provides better rewards than if playing without getting a gold nugget first. Gameplay will consist of the player in first person scooping up sediment from the nearby river, putting it into the pan. I assume that the gold pan is called a pan, right? Just for the sake of being accurate. When gold panning, is the pan called a pan? Yes, okay. Or panning dish. Pan is fine. Scooping sediment from the nearby. I just had to check. Putting it into the pan. Filling the pan with water. And swirling it around. Until gold nuggets are revealed. We'll first start by playing an animation of scooping up sediment. Putting it into the pan. Player will then have to dip the pan into the water to fill it up. What I'm thinking too is we can also use the use vector motion to determine wash speed with fill percentage determining how fast the water gets dirty. The dirtier the water, the slower the washing speed, and can pour out water and can dip in river again or fresh water. I really think it's doable. It's just going to be interesting from a technical perspective. I don't want to underestimate the amount of work that it might take to get this feeling right. However, I don't think it'll take a significant amount of time to do it. Also, if anybody's wondering, I'm thinking of using game modes to handle each of these mini games, which I've never really done. I've never used more than one game mode in Unreal, but as far as I understand, and I have not read the documentation considerably about game modes, this should be exactly what I want. Because then I can put specific logic into that game mode, and we switch game mode and pawn. Actually, I think game mode has a pawn in it, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So I'm wondering if just switching game mode is the right thing here, because then we can switch pawn, controller if needed. Even HUD class. Although I've never done that. So I don't really know the proper flow of logic here for switching game modes, but I think that would be the desirable route. And if we can do it cleanly, it should be pretty easy to switch between game modes. If we can do it cleanly. It's a known unknown. First, by playing an animation of scooping up sediment and putting it into the pan, the player will then have to dip the pan into the water to fill it up. I'll put some technical info like we did here with the safe. No, not the safe cracking. Where did I shove that technical info yesterday? Oh, it was in the gutters. Yeah, I'm going to put some technical info here just for the sake of having it written down. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more that I feel we should have separate sub-pages for each of the mini-games. Hey, Coltsfox. Did you add the unskippable 10-hour fan service scene to CoinPusher to reload its 2 design document? Yes. Andre, how you doing, man? I hope you guys will play CoinPusher when it comes out, by the way. And leave a very honest review of how you feel about it. Good or bad. Damas, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. We're almost at 980 followers. If we reach 1,000, we're doing a 24-hour stream. At the age of 30, I will die. 100% playing it because it's a low commitment game. If you had made a Metroidvania, fuck that. I like the idea of like games that don't require you to like play for thousands of hours. I'm not a big fan of those games, honestly. Or especially games that are just dopamine drip feed games. Like, oh, here's your next unlock, here's your next unlock, and there's just a never-ending chain of unlocks and upgrades to the point where you feel like you're not playing the game to have fun, you're playing it to unlock things. I'm not a big fan of those. Peggle and its characters. Yeah, Peggle is a fun game. Peggle's really awesome. I've always wanted a good spiritual successor to Peggle. Player will then have to dip the pan into the water to fill it up. Bringing the pan back up, the player can swirl around. You know what we should also use, now that I think about it? Swirling around. Use... not vector motion, but what am I thinking? Velocity. Use velocity to determine if water splashes over edges. With inverse direction controlling VFX. I think that's very doable. Because not only will the material already have the physics, so as you move it to the left, the water will go the other way, but then we can spill things over the edges by just playing some VFX and lowering the amount of water within it. Seems the sequel's gonna be huge. It really is, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be big. I said I wanted to do bigger and better, and I think we can. It's just going to be it's going to be very technical to get this feeling right. But I want to do something that other coin pusher games have never done, and no coin pusher game does anything like this. Arguably speaking, even other like casino minigame type games, right, don't do anything like this. Add a skill tree in characters. I don't think we're going to do a skill tree. I had thought about doing a skill tree of some sort early on. I don't know how to feel about that. But if we wanted to do it, I want to build the game in a way that it will be easy to add that if we want to do it. But I'd rather have, like I put in the notes from yesterday, I want each theme to have about 3 to 5 hours of playtime to beat the theme. You can still play the theme afterwards, and you can still play the minigames afterwards, but I want this to be bite-sized. If you sit down on a weekend and you have, let's say, I don't know, 2 hours each day, Saturday and Sunday to play, you can beat a theme. Well, we will have multiple pushers. Every theme is going to have its own machine and its own mechanics to that. So for instance, like the prehistoric coin pusher machine might have like a volcano that launches, rocks, and they put holes in the table that are temporary, or lava running over part of the table after an eruption, anything, just whatever we can think of. If we can figure out a way to accomplish it, we'll put it in there. So that each theme feels unique, not in the way that it looks, but also the way that it plays. Think of like pinball machines and how each of them feels very unique, with the way that they're laid out, with the mini games, with the different little sections in them. You know, some of them have those pinball machine with smaller pinball. Those like mini pinballs. Oh, I don't have a good example of it. There must be a term for it. Either way, pinball machines are an inspiration here because I feel like they do this in a really fun way. Like this. Look at this image here. It's kind of hard to see. There's one pinball machine up here, but there's also a mini pinball machine down here. And there's probably glass over this, right? So you have to like drop the ball maybe down here, and that's where it comes down and you have a little mini pinball within the pinball. God, I love pinball machines. I've always wanted to make a pinball game, but the physics of it are just, you know, I'm not somebody who knows very much about physics. Our goal is going to be to release this game in early access, make some money to help us make it even better and release more themes. But we need that starting money because right now there's just a lot that we can't do without any money. You know, even a couple $1,000s is enough to start to some outsourcing, get some other help on the project. But if we don't have that, we can't do it. And if the game is successful to the point where I feel like investing that kind of money is going to really pay off, I can also take a loan if needed. I can take like a personal loan. I have good credit, thankfully. Okay, bringing the pan back up, the player can swirl around the sediment or the water to wash the chunks of sediment. As the player swirls, sediment gets cleaned, potentially revealing small gold nuggets. As the water gets dirtier, more dirty, the cleaning or the washing process slows down, but the player can always pour out water and dip again to freshen it up. Be careful not to pour out sediment chunks. Once the player feels satisfied with the cleaning, they can grab individual nuggets. And repeat the process. Hold on. The player may repeat the entire process based on the amount of gold nugget collectible items they've collected from the machine, or persistently, albeit for a much lower rate of success. Why is it bitching about a mount? Use number with countable noun. No. Shut up. Suck my dick. We're all being held back by money, right? Try not to make lots of unwise financial choices. Bought a bootleg Lego Harley Quinn minifigure recently for $5. Nice. Anime cons are made doom each year, right? Gold nugget from the bridge in Pokemon. Anybody feel like kind of shitty about Pokemon? Like, the games are rarely different each year, and they charge so much goddamn money for each one. I don't know, it's just they keep like adding a new piece of skill ceiling, like, oh, now you can Giga Chad max your Pokemon so that they're like super big, and you know, you still don't really have a rock paper scissors battle system because you can just overpower your Charizard and use flamethrower or whatever. I don't know, it's just kind of shit. I don't know, they're just dumb. But Pokemon, I don't know, fuck Pokemon. I think if you gave Pokemon to a different studio and you let them do what they want with it, I think Pokemon could find some interesting ways to become better. You want to know what really was awesome? Was it this game? What was the turn-based Mario game? Turn-based Mario and this one, Kingdom Battle. I felt like this was actually, you know, an interesting take on... Oh god. Slow. On Mario. This was cool. It felt like it had a lot of charm, and it just played very differently from other Mario games. A lot of cool ways to do the turn-based battles, like launching yourself at other characters to then launch bigger attacks. I don't know why it does downvotes, but I thought it was actually pretty cool. This is what started the phrase "everyone hated it before they played it." Oh, people thought it was bad. No, I didn't know what to feel about it, but then I watched gameplay of it. It was really cool, and there was a lot of really unique, fun stuff that they did with the turn-based gameplay. That's what needs to happen to Pokemon. Make a turn-based, like turn grid-based Pokemon tactics game. How awesome would that be? Wait. Was it real? Pokemon Conquest, wait, was that a real thing? Tactics game and D&D inspired battler where you build Pokemon parties and fight your friends on hex grid maps. And let me guess, people hated it because it wasn't... I mean, it could just not have been very good, right? A lot of these games rely on balance. Pokemon Tactics. Right, it was called Pokemon Conquest. A forgotten Pokemon strategy game. Make a sequel to this. And I think that'd be pretty cool, especially with the different styles of attacks that Pokemon has. Imagine like a sandstorm that actually takes up multiple tiles. Like sandstorm is now finally useful in Pokemon. Unironically, Pokemon Conquest is arguably one of the most in-depth post-games of any Pokemon spin-off. In fact, it's so insane that the main story might as well be the tutorial. After you beat the main story, you basically unlock scenarios where you play at the various warlords and other characters. Literally every single character with a unique sprite has a scenario where you play as them. Wow. And there's even characters who don't appear in the main story at all. Each scenario has a different objective, such as conquering Ransei under a time limit or accumulating a certain number of allies, and many scenarios restrict you to only certain regions of the overall map. In addition, the post-game scenarios have much greater depth. Mechanically, you can upgrade various facilities in the kingdoms, and the enemy's AI is dynamic and can straight up attack you and try to steal your kingdoms. Or if there are multiple AI factions, they can even attack each other. Finally, the Pokemon each warrior is linked to, and the status of the warriors themselves is carried between scenarios. For example, if you find a warrior's perfect link, basically the species of Pokemon they are most compatible with, or meet the difficult conditions to transform a warrior, upgrading their skills, in one scenario, this will carry over if you recruit the same warrior in another scenario. Dude, that's so cool! Why do we not have Pokemon Conquest sequel? Instead, we're making shitty Nintendo Switch Pokemon that barely run at like 15 FPS and have tons of bugs. You can even straight up recruit the protagonist from playing as other characters depending on the scenario. Keep in mind that almost everything I'm mentioning here is post-game exclusive. The main story lacks many of these features and mainly serves to let you learn the basics in the battlefields. That's really cool. That's really, really awesome. I never even knew this game existed. That's what I want to see more of. I want to see more interesting takes on Pokemon instead of them just licensing Pokemon to Game Freak and us getting another Pokemon penis and vagina and, you know, pay $80 to $90 for them, also a $20 upgrade in addition to that on the Nintendo Switch 2, so that you can put the penis in the vagina and evolve the condom. The condom Pokemon. What am I saying even? Okay, play and repeat the entire process based on the amount of gold nugget collectible items they've collected in the machine, or persistently, albeit for a much lower rate of success on finding nuggets. Player can spend gold nuggets on items in the prospector's allowing them to buy things for the table. Again, I'm not happy with the rewards. I'm just going to put them there for now, but I really don't like the lack of uniqueness with rewards. Do not like. I think it can be better. And we'll put the technical ideas here. Technical ideas. I'll just copy this in. Okay, there we go. That was weird. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the gold panning minigame from... I think it's doable. I just think it's going to be really technically challenging for the... like the physics aspect, and we'll want to make sure that the physics feel good with it. It's an easy one to get wrong, and a bit challenging to get right, especially for how small it is. But because it is the persistent minigame, we want it to feel nice and chill and doable. The last minigame we need to design is the main one, which is the dueling minigame. This is related to the story. And this has you like high noon, Red Dead style, dueling the bandits in the town. You gotta add blackjack. How you doing, Ascari? We probably will. I don't see why not in some way. But we do have a poker minigame. So as you're playing, there will be little mini cards on the table. And you build poker hands up here with a specific reward depending on the hand that you build and turn in. But we have different themed area ideas, and one of them is a casino. And yeah, we could put in a minigame like that. I don't know why not. But first, we need to figure out how we can make one of these. And how deep and how, you know, high scope one of these themes should be. Dueling minigame. Dueling minigame. Red Dead 2 didn't have dueling, did it? Red Dead 1 had dueling. Wait, did Red Dead 2 have dueling? Oh, it did. Yeah, it did. I don't feel like I did very much dueling in Red Dead 2. Oh, I remember now. You did it for the legendary, like, bandits and stuff. That's right. I could never figure out how to do this correctly, though. I remember relying on how much you push the trigger in, and like it would fill more slowly. Yes, yeah, so slowly press right trigger to fill the meter. The more full the meter, the longer you get to aim. Wasn't there an exploit? I have no clue. I know that it felt a little frustrating. Hmm. Red Dead Redemption 1 was worse, though. Red Dead Redemption 1 was really weird how it worked.
In order to raise your blue bar to a very high position and win the duel, you should absolutely target the head and chest, but specifically, I like to aim directly for the enemy's face. But you have to do it at the right time. And the right time to start placing your shots is when the crosshairs or reticle turns white and small. Also, don't draw in advance by holding any buttons down, as this will actually place you at a disadvantage. Instead, press L2 for PlayStation, LT on Xbox, and ZL on Nintendo Switch when draw actually appears on the screen. When draw appears on the screen, press and hold that L button on your controller, and push up on your controller and aim with the right thumbstick only. Do not use your left thumbstick.
It's like so many rules to it. I mean, I think I can respect the idea here where it wanted to punish being too fast or too slow, but at the same time, it's hard. It is hard to gamify a duel like this. Hmm. Hmm. I like the strategy to this. But I don't necessarily mind how Red Dead 2 simplified some of this. And I think it made it more approachable. But Coin Pusher 2 is a casual game. And I think this level of depth into it is too much. As cool as it is.
Hey guys, it's me, Lunar. Welcome.
We can definitely do time modulation like that. You know, we can slow down the game. I don't know. I don't know. It's easy to do stuff like, well, number one, it's a little hard to do some of this just because how do they handle it on the keyboard and mouse where you have just digital inputs, 0 or 1, and it's not analog? Easy way to quick draw with mouse and keyboard. That's just quick draw though. None of these look like they're specifically about PC. Not that I think it really matters, but just keeping it casual while also making it interesting is going to be hard here. Getting the player to aim, fine. Slowing down time a bit or whatever, fine. But dueling should be, you know, it's a mini game. It should feel involved. It should have its own little rules to it. We could do something that's timing based, so you have to draw at the right time, and if you're too slow, you know, they pull first. We could do something with the number of bullets, so maybe there's like specific sections on the body that you have to shoot, but that doesn't really make sense. I don't like it. I don't know. I don't really have an answer to this one. I don't have a solution that feels nice. Switch your Wii dueling minigame. I mean, it's done so fast too. It's just, like, you know, you work your ass off collecting these bolts, putting them in your revolver, and then the duel is done in like, what, 10 seconds? And yeah, just like reaction time after a sound was played, like, okay. Like, yeah, it's doable. You know, I think the fun, stressful part of the duel is the anticipation and not knowing when things are going to pop off. And if done right, I think that can be a really fun feeling. But I agree with you. I don't really know how to keep it casual while making it more interesting than just reaction time after sound is played. I have nothing up my sleeve on this one. When anybody while you're fighting sway, then also have to be fast reaction time. I think, yeah, but fighting sway is... It's artificial difficulty. It's more annoying than I feel like it would be fun. I like being precise. I think being precise is really cool. Precision requires skill, especially in a short amount of time. Adding in sway to that is just like adding in RNG. You know, I'm like thinking this in my head, and it's like, okay, the bandits have taken over the town. They're holed up in the saloon, and you need to duel them. It's more interesting to me to have them, just like to simply have them running behind objects and shooting at you, and you have to hit them a certain number of times to defeat them. Like even that, which is super surface level, is kind of more interesting than dueling them from a gameplay perspective. I mean, we could do both. Like you wound them enough times and then you do the duel, and the duel is just the reaction time thing. And that way it's more like a final send-off of that enemy, as opposed to that's the only thing that you do. Though it does significantly increase scope. Well, it depends on how we handle it. It does increase scope, let's put it that way. So like top down, if we look at the map top down like this. You know, buildings, buildings, building. And then we have, you know, like little objects or whatever. You know, enemies gonna be running from like here to sometimes here, sometimes to here. And you are positioned behind, you know, object here, and you're shooting at them while they're, you know, trying to get some shots off and shoot at you. And then they have like let's just, you know, put it down here for the sake of it. They'll have like a health bar. We just keep it simple and do hearts. And as you shoot them, you know, we cross off a heart. Right up until the point then they're at 0. And that's when you do the simple reaction time duel. You know, they're wounded. They challenge you, you fight them. That way it's still casual. But it is more involved than just the duel. That sounds better to me. Maybe not perfect, maybe not amazing, but it does sound better. Initial cover-based fight. And like maybe sometimes they can like lob some like dynamite at you and you have to shoot it out of the sky or something, you know, something just kind of silly and arcadey. Throwing dynamite at the player. Player has to shoot dynamite or it hits them. Otherwise, the player takes heart damage. Player and enemy that have simple heart health bars. This way, like the player can like look up from. We'll make it very pattern based, right? Player can aim to look up from cover, stop aiming to hide behind. Enemy will do number of shots from one location. Pattern based, then run to next, sometimes throwing dynamite at the player. Just shoot dynamite before it hits them, otherwise the player takes hard damage. Even in cover. Shooting enemy will do hard damage and force them to new cover. Vulnerable until at new cover in this case. First two. Player hits 0 hearts. Restart the battle. Casual. If enemy hits 0 hearts, initiate duel. Duel is random float time. Initiate self-destruct. I don't love this. Duel's random float time before draw happens. Player is too early. Enemy will rapidly whip out gun and shoot player before player can shoot. Player has X number of seconds before getting shot and losing. First bandit is easier, last is harder. Hey Paul, how you doing, man? 2 more days, how y'all feeling? We're feeling good. Hopefully, I mean, as long as the game runs for other people. Well, we did do testing, to be fair, so I am pretty confident that the game should run just fine. It didn't have any crashes. I can only cross my fingers and hope that that's how it is for the rest of the world. And we were up to over 200 wish lists yesterday, which is pretty good for a game that we had 0 marketing for. We'll see what it's at today. I'll release it right now. 2 days early. We're at 228 wish lists today. And the really interesting fact that we've realized is that it appears where can I see it? Like hidden deep down inside the annals of the buttons here. We can see that we pretty much have a really good chunk of our wish list coming from Japan, China, and Germany, which is great that we have localized the game into those languages, especially Japan and China. So that was a really, really good move by us to make that decision. Nice work, thank you. How's your game going? Hopefully they like it. Slow, right? Annoying that games take so long to make. Those are big countries, they are. Once drawn players X number of seconds before getting shot and losing. If player lands any shot before that, player wins that duel and defeats the bandit. If player loses at this stage, duel is restarted. It's not amazing, but I think it's casual enough that it will appeal. Especially because this has to be a little bit easier than our other minigames because it is tied to the progression of the theme. As opposed to the other ones where if you don't do very well, you don't lose anything. Family issues, had to put it on pause. Nah, no worries. I hope that those are going well, those issues. So you do an initial cover-based fight with player and enemy that has simple heart health bars. Player can aim and look up from cover, or stop aiming to hide behind. Enemy will do number of shots from one location, and then run to the next, sometimes throwing dynamite at the player. Player has to shoot the dynamite before it hits them, so it, it arcs slowly through the air, and then will land and boom. Otherwise, player takes heart damage. Shooting the enemy will do heart damage and force them to new cover. They're invulnerable until at new cover in this case. If player hits 0 hearts, we restart the battle. If the enemy hits 0 hearts, we initiate the duel. And the duel, random float time before draw happens. And if player is too early, enemy will rapidly whip out gun and shoot the player before player can shoot. Once drawn, player has X number of seconds before getting shot. So of course the first bandit is easier, last is harder. If player lands any shot before that, player wins the duel and defeats the bandit. If player loses at the stage, duel is restarted. It's not amazing, but I think it'll work. Better now. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. You know, I wrote down here that we should have trinket buffs and debuffs. I don't think the main minigame should have trinket buffs and debuffs. Just because it isn't replayable. And achievements can be very, like, linear, like beat the first boss, beat the second boss, beat the third boss, and liberate the town. Like, that can be it. Like, just story-based achievements. I think French, English, Chinese, and Japanese is the minimum for a global reach, though it's hard to solve issues if the player reports in those languages. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Hey, IGS Ghost. What up? There is a list. I think it's French, Italian, German, Chinese, and like Russian. There's some name for like main 5 languages term. There's some term for it in localization. What's the term for the main 5 languages to localize to? Yes. EFIGs. The one that I hear a lot. English, French, Italian, German, Spanish. Although, honestly, I think that both Chinese and Japanese are just as important nowadays. EFIGs is the term that I see thrown around a lot. Oh god, flashbang Wikipedia, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, CJK is basically the Asian version of that, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, which we have. So I think we have EFIGs and CJK. Yes, we do. Although I can say from our stats so far, CJK appears to be a lot more valuable in terms of wish list than EFIGs for our game. But it could be dependent on genre, it could be dependent... There's so many different factors to this here. There might be some games where CJK localization is just not going to be very good, and EFIGs is going to be a lot better for your sales. Depends on which, market you're targeting to. So of course an arcade game might appeal more to a general global audience, whereas a deep open world RPG might actually appeal to North America and Europe a lot more than it's going to appeal to an Asian market. But it's so many factors to that. So whatever you take away from our stats of wish lists, note that that is with an arcade game that's free and small, and it may not apply to your game. What's next for Microraptor Games? Good question. We are making a sequel to Coin Pusher Reloaded that is bigger and better and longer and harder and has more blood pumping into it than the initial game. And what you're thinking is exactly what I mean. So we're going to do a theme-based game where instead of having one table, we're going to have a main game that has multiple themes within it, with our first 3 theme choices being Wild West, haunted hotel, like Victorian 30s kind of interior, and stylized fantasy. And each of these will have a thematic table, like a machine, that will have its own unique mechanics, and that it will have unique collectibles, mini games, objectives, and progression and unlocks within that. Looking at my views, I will stick to English. Not much need to do anymore right now. Nice. Yeah, I mean, English is pretty safe to start with, and then you can localize as you get requests. Because sometimes it adds overhead, right? And if you're still working on the game, especially in early access, like we will be doing, you shouldn't add localization. You should strongly consider whether or not you should add localization in early access, because you are still developing content, and you'll have a lot of overhead just talking with localizers and getting things fixed up for new releases, whereas most times in early access you just rapidly refine the content in your native language or in English because it's the most widespread. And then at the end of early access, when you're launching your game, you do language support. So for us, the initial early access release of Coin Pusher Reloaded 2 will likely only support English, but we will have the backbone in place now that we know what's needed for localization. We'll have that in place and ready to go when we localize. But that'll happen from transition to early access to release. So I think some companies might be able to afford the overhead of early access. We would not be able to afford that. And I would think that most games that you'll see here probably only support English. I mean, some of these are live service, so it isn't really the same. I know this game just came out. This has support. This is only English support. This has support, so it just depends. I think Schedule 1's a good example too. Schedule 1 is being developed by like one guy, so he only has English support right now. Alright, let me do a quick drawing of the town here. These will be the buildings, just ignore it. Not meant to be super realistic, just... Killing it with that game. I think, yeah, I think Schedule 1, you can tell that a lot of passion has been put into the game. I have some problems with the game's design, but that doesn't mean that the game is bad by any mean. Just, I am a game designer, so of course I have a lot of critique for game design. Too dark. Like my ex-girlfriend. That was a bad joke. Okay, so we'll make those like the spots where the enemy will move. You can get in trouble for my jokes today. I'll just label these as buildings for the sake of ease. Right, but damn, I gotta say it's amazing. Like, I've thought about the drug making game idea for use, but I always figured it needed to look more real, but he showed that's not true. This is true. Yeah, I do not have any problem with the way the game looks. Most importantly, that, you know, is just consistency is really what it comes down to. I'm not a big fan of mocking up screenshots like this before a game comes out and doesn't have those features. So I have problems with that. And I don't really, you know, like the excuses. But the game is still enjoyable. The art's consistent and it looks fine. I'm just not a fan of the management where you make interesting mini games and then automate out the need to do those mini games, to where the end game is just you standing around. Don't like that. That's pretty common progression that I see in other games though, where they introduce enjoyable friction at the start of the game, and then that friction is removed as you get upgrades and boosts. To now, the end game of a lot of games doesn't have any friction. You've removed it, and that friction is what made the challenge, what it introduced the strategy. Hey, Kenji's. How dare you eat my chihuahua you stole and cooked him for dinner? Oh, it's pretty tasty. What can I say? I like Korean food. Hangry Shark, what up? This is strategy game? Which game? Oops. Wild West? There's some I do want some strategy in there. That's one of the criticisms that I had with our first game, is that it didn't feel like there was really any strategy. You're always confused, Kenji. 50% of your daily existence is in confused state. Confuse the enemy. Yes. Was that in the Art of War? Once triggered, the player will zoom to a scene behind cover where an enemy bandit will engage them in battle. Let's use the layout below to get an example for one of these scenes. The player is stuck behind cover with the revolver and an infinite number of bullets. The casual game. I think Pirates sell for viewbots? I don't know who viewbot. I don't know. Who cares? The least annoying thing about Pyro Software, if he viewbotted, would be that he viewbotted. There's a lot of other criticisms. I think the guy's a bit of a walking ego-filled donut. There's someone handcuffed and the revolver with an infinite number of bullets. Y'all know you bought all 14 of those VATs. Like I said, guys, I don't have a lot of money. I can only afford 14 of them. Both the player and enemy have heart-based health bars, with hearts being depleted upon taking any damage. The player can aim to, let's put it this way, both the player and enemy will aim to shoot, exposing them. Hiding behind cover makes it impossible to hit them. What is your specialty? I'm a game designer. I've been in the industry for over 10 years as a designer primarily, but now that I'm, working on my own company, I kind of have to do a lot more than design. Right now, though, we are doing design. Just high level, though. So we don't care about, too much about, like, numbers and balance, anything like that. Just how will it play? What's the intention? How do we move from one point to another within the gameplay? And this is just a mini game that we're designing right now, which is the Dueling the Bandits mini game. Any damage will provide the damaged entity with brief moment of invulnerability. Just gonna aim to look up from cover. Enemy will do, okay, we need that. Need that. The enemy will move from position to position, performing a pattern of shots. Before running to the next location to shoot from. Occasionally, the enemy will lob dynamite at the player in an arc. Dynamite will fly slowly through the air, and the player merely needs to shoot it before it hits them. One S and occasionally. Okay, thank you for that. If the dynamite is not destroyed or hitting the player, It will do a heart of damage. You know what we should talk about the stages here. The first stage of the battle is a fight within the scene, and the second stage is a one-on-one duel. Good enough. There are two conditions that can be met. If the player hits 0 hearts, thank you for the follow, Angry Shark. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. The town battle is reset. The enemy hits 0 hearts. The duel, second stage, is initiated. Okay, that was mentioned. Did we mention that even in cover? No, it will do a heart of damage even if the player is in cover. We put that, shooting enemy will do heart damage, force them to new cover. We should mention that. If the player hits the enemy, it will force the enemy to run to new cover, and they will be invulnerable until they reach that new cover. Okay, we can jump into the second stage then, with the duel. The second stage of the duel plays differently. Here, the player and enemy face off directly in the scene. Hey, Mercenary Mage, thank you for the raid. How you guys doing?
Mercenary Mage raided my stream with 10 viewers.
Good day. How's everybody doing today? Can't skate to chat. Have a wonderful day, Mercenary Mage. Take care. Thank you for the raid. Have a nice, relaxing evening. We're designing a mini-game. Actually, we're finishing designing the last mini-game for this theme, and then we can start to talk about some of the progression, and there's a couple of issues that I want to fix regarding the triggers. There's been a lot to write here, I can tell you that. The second stage of the duel plays differently here. The player and enemy face off directly in the scene, waiting to draw their guns until the right moment. There will be a random range of time before the player and enemy are told to draw. If the player draws too soon, the enemy will rapidly whip out their gun and shoot the player dead. if the player successfully draws when they're supposed to, there will be X number of seconds before they will get shot. Within this time, the player must shoot the enemy in order to kill them. The first bandit will be quite easy, but the last one, or we'll just say, but they will harder with each. They will get harder as the player progresses through the story. Okay, once drawn. If the player dies in this stage, the duel is restarted. The entire battle is not. The player defeats the bandit. The coin machine will move further into the scene, getting closer to the saloon. And the coin pushing resumes. I think that makes sense. I think that can work. There won't really be any rewards to this. Because it is just like the main mini game that you play to move the story forward. Trigger. Oh, we should also say that the player's revolver for triggering the minigame will be emptied and require 6 new bullets before the next boss, or for the next bandit. Okay, the trigger is collecting 6 bullets and filling the revolver. That'll work. Okay, that just leaves achievements and trinket buffs and debuffs, and then a couple of problems that I had that I might want to resolve. Give me 1 second. I gotta pee. Be right back. And then we can try to resolve these before we move on to trinkets and achievements. Okay, so where's my music? Oh, it's just finishing the song. Okay, so my concerns are that the train ticket right now is the one that is triggering the safe cracking, because the safe cracking takes place in the train, but because we moved the shooting gallery to the train, arguably I think that the train ticket is better for the shooting gallery, and we should find something else for the safe cracking minigame. Because I don't think the wooden nickel makes sense for the safe cracking. I do like the use. The wooden nickel is easy. That's the thing. Is like the wooden nickel is really, really easy to do. I just don't know what we would use it for. We did put in the... Not this image. In our original design, we wanted like area-specific progression and unlocks. How would that look like? Would that be, number one, how would that look like? And then number two, depending on how it looked like, would it be fun? That's the main question here. Is there is not an impossibility, which means that there is a possibility that, alright, sorry for the double negative. There's a possibility that throwing so many like new things at the player at the start of a theme is just not great. Like that's not very good for the user experience, especially for a casual game where the player is going to, you know, try to understand the mechanics of the table and the theme as they play it. And if they're thrown like with train tickets and bullets and wooden nickels and all these random things that they don't know what they do or how they're supposed to work, likely is not the most fun. What if the area-specific progression and unlocks were that with a very simple menu, you could purchase unlocks for those minigames? So you start the coin pusher table and we have some of the mechanics unlocked, like the bullets, and we have some of the mechanics still locked, such as the train ticket or the shooting minigame. And what if you used wooden nickels as you obtained them to unlock those minigames, therefore unlocking the ability to spawn that item on the table? I don't know if that would be fun. It would gate the content, which in this case I think is a positive thing. The one problem with that, however, is that the rewards for the passive poker hand game provide you with items that would be used in those minigames. And we would either need like a fallback item or something, because if you don't have, like, for instance, the tumbleweed toss minigame unlocked, then spawning a tumbleweed is not gonna, you know, we don't want to do that. And communicating that to the player is going to be a little bit annoying. Like, hey, you would have gotten an item by turning this in if you had unlocked it. Granted, that does provide a little bit of friction for the player and says, you know, it's an encouragement. Okay, I want to have that, so let me spend my wooden nickels to unlock it. Doable. Doable. And I think, you know, we don't have to do like a tree, right? It doesn't have to be like this kind of progression. Where you have to unlock this first, and then pick your path or whatever. It could just be a normal grid where you pick what you want and we put the cost there. Which is easier to design as well. Let's imagine it for a second. Let's imagine playing the coin pushing game. You occasionally get wooden nickels. As you collect wooden nickels, you can say, oh, I finally have 3. I can unlock the tumbleweed toss minigame, which will unlock tumbleweeds to spawn on the table. I can see that being fun to an extent. What would the table look like in that case? Like, we would have we would have locked and unlocked aspects of the games. We'd have the main table, bullets, wooden nickels, gold nuggets. What would be locked would be also the passive poker hand game. What would be locked is tumbleweed toss, runaway minecart, the shooting gallery, and safe cracking. Knocksock72, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Safe cracking, and also I think we could lock the gutter trains. I wouldn't even say that the main table is part of that. We should just say, like, what are the content of the theme is locked. So what's locked is minecart pieces. Well, these are one and the same, because the gutter trains provide minecart pieces. So we'd essentially have half the content of a theme locked, and the player is not required to unlock it. So the player could beat, and here's the thing, if it can happen, it will happen. Some players will beat the theme without unlocking any of the minigames. Is that what we want? Alternative solution, you don't spend the wooden nickels to unlock the content. Unlocking or obtaining a certain number of wooden nickels automatically unlocks the content. So you need 3 wooden nickels to unlock Tumbleweed Toss, 5 in total to unlock the shooting gallery, you know, and so on and so forth, to the point where we can say, okay, you've played enough and you understand the point of the game. Now you unlock a new minigame. And that extends the gameplay a little bit more, and it makes it more interesting, adds more variety. Oh, you unlocked a few more wooden nickels? Here's some more variety to it. And we can keep doing that. That sounds a little bit better because then the player can't miss those minigames, and the player doesn't have to stop playing in order to open up a menu. However, this does mean that the player will experience certain minigames fewer times than others. That is the consequence of this choice. Now, because wooden nickels in this case would spawn instead of coins, like a random chance, right? Like a 1%, 2% chance, whatever. We can increase the chances for a wooden nickel to spawn based upon whether or not the player has a certain amount. Like, we can rig the RNG in the player's favor if needed. Where's the player spawn bullets right now? Give me a sec. Spawn from pair or better from poker hand minigame. That's right. And the player would need 18 pairs or better in order to... And they would need to collect those, to be fair. And the bullets will roll, so they could roll off the table. And here's one other thing we need to keep in mind, that if we do this method of unlocking minigames, this would need to be the standard for other tables, because otherwise it will get confusing. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. But I think that gating the content is not a bad idea, because it will allow the player to learn the mechanics without having, you know, a million different items on the table. Well, that'll just be confusing. The only downside I can see is that it will... It will mean the player just doesn't play certain things as much as others. Now, so that's true, but kind of not true. I do want the player to be able to play mini games as much as they want outside of the theme, so this would be like separate. You wouldn't obtain rewards, but you would be able to play it and obtain the achievements that are associated with them. Because maybe you just really like the mini game, or you wanted to play it, you wanted a min-max, whatever. Or it can be like a difficulty option. I don't know. I think I'll write this down. But I'm not sure how to feel about it yet. And the reason that I'm saying that I think that we can find unique ways to gate content in similar ways in other themes. For instance, imagine like a zombie research lab in like that sort of theme. Like we could gate content by saying that you need to restore power to certain rooms where the mini games take place in order to unlock those mini games. So there are other unique ways that we can gate the content that I think will feel interesting for those themes. We just have to hope that the content that is there is interesting enough to keep the player playing before they can unlock the other minigame. But there are ways around that. We can like when the player spawns in for the first time, we can put a wooden nickel on the table, very close to the edge or something. That's doable. We can reward wooden nickels for other mini games if we feel like the player throughout the progression of the main goal does not have as much. We can weight that RNG in the player's favor. So I think it can work. And it should be pretty easy to remove if we don't want it. Use once collected the shooting gallery minigame is triggered? No. The new use is used for minigame unlock progression. And we'll want a new section somewhere for that. Minigame unlocking. Do an overview on that. That will work. And then we'll move the train ticket. Where is that? Oh. Train ticket. Once collected, the safe cracking minigame is triggered. No, the shooting gallery minigame is triggered, and we'll want another table item. Something to trigger the safe cracking. It can be like a key, you know, that's pretty non-uniform in its shape, which is always nice to throw on the table. It's also quite different from our other items, so we have like tumbleweeds, mini playing cards, gold nuggets, train tickets, wooden nickels. I think a key is just, even if the safe itself is not necessarily opened with a key, it is universally attributed to opening something that is locked. So it's not perfect, but it works. Spawned from... That's a good question. How do we want to spawn these keys? We could make them spawnable from the poker hand minigame, though I don't know how to feel about that. Granted, we do have something new that we'll need to change out here. 1 coin, nuggets. We have spawning of wooden nickels, but we could always change that out for spawning a key. We'll need to write here that the rewards will have a fallback if the minigame is not unlocked. Again, I don't know if I like this, but I'm gonna double down on it just for right now, and if we need to change it later, we can. If a minigame is not unlocked, we have placeholder fallback items. Well, it's 1 coin. This one doesn't have a fallback. I was like, hold on a second. Fall back. I don't think it needs to be too in-depth. We'll fill those out in a second. Trinket wouldn't have it. Gold bar wouldn't have it. Dynamite wouldn't have it. Gold nugget wouldn't have it. Okay. I don't know how to feel about doing like gold bars as fallbacks, considering those are like the global currency. Ooh, I don't know how to feel about that. Coins is more understood in this case. I mean, how would we display that? I guess we would just do like reward and then minigame not yet unlocked. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. It really, really fucks with the poker hand game. And not in a good way. Oh no, I don't know. One hand, I like gating the unlock. On the other hand, I think that this system of unlocking those mini games is adding in overhead understanding the game. And it messes with existing systems to the point that I don't necessarily feel the most happy about. What were those notes that I made? I thought I had like a I don't remember what. Who's sniffing? No, on second thought, I don't like the gating. What's good? Nice day. Nice day, nice Tuesday. Doing design work. We're working on the sequel to our game that's going to come out on Thursday, actually. We made a little free game here for people to play and enjoy, hopefully. And we're going to be working on a bigger and better sequel to it. With all the things that we've learned. Looks good, thank you. I did not do the art, somebody else did the art. But it will be a completely free game, no microtransactions, no AI usage, full gamepad support, and 12 languages localized. And a nice soundtrack too. I think what we'll do is we'll keep the keys, we'll find another way to spawn the keys, but I won't do the mini game progression unlock. I don't like it just something red flags me about going in that direction, even though we can always return to it in the future. Holy shit. What? What'd I do? Put in a lot of work. We did put in a lot of work. Thank you for saying that, because it was a lot of work doing that. But it was a lot of fun. And we hope that we can make a game that is more worthy of pricing. You know, at least, I want to aim for a game that we can price at like $5 to $10 and not feel guilty about it. But we were originally going to like price it at like $2 to $3, but we didn't feel that the game size was worth it. And we might as well just, you know, price the game at $1, but then I was like, well, let's just make it free and use it as marketing for people. Make sure he does. Keep it up, mad respect. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. And thanks for hanging out here. Okay, let's delete this. We don't know how this will spawn yet. The wooden nickel can go to something else. You know what would be really funny? What if we took an old water tower and we made the wooden nickels pay for like a little gotcha pole, and you open it up and you get like a little reward from that? Would that be kind of stupid? Water tower gotcha poles? I think it'd be silly. Kenji's, what are you doing? Why do I always attract all of the borderline personality retards to my chat? It's probably because I am also borderline retard. Technically, this machine has wind tray. Okay, let's see. Let's write this down here to... What the fuck am I doing? Put it here. A water tower that sprays... No, that's... Why would it spray acid? Or wooden nickels. We still need a way to spawn the keys. And then I'll just delete all the references to fallback. Train ticket. Train ticket on 3 of a kind. And that'll be the shooting gallery. Delete that. Okay, where were all the references of filmy? Shooting gallery trigger is triggers on the collection of a train ticket. Safe cracking triggers on the collection of a key. Which means we just need an unlock for that. Safe cracking, that's right. You get crack from the safe. You snort it. How does a man safely take drugs? In the anus. Because then it has to travel up through your colon before it reaches your stomach. Don't do that. By the way, never, ever, ever put drugs or alcohol, God forbid, never put that shit in your anus. The reason why is because it doesn't get filtered in your body, especially alcohol. And if you like soak a tampon and shove it up your butt, you're gonna get, it's gonna go right into your bloodstream. And just don't do it. Nothing should ever go up your butt, only out your butt. Top tips here at Microraptor Games. Official legal business entity. You cut your lawn and smoke that? You just smoke the grass in your lawn? Pretty funny. Okay, how do we want to spawn a fucking key? We have things already spawning when you get collectibles. Key. Drop. We get it from other minigames. Maybe we get it from other minigames. Maybe the only way to get keys is from other minigames. We'll see if that's fun. Can only be collected from other minigames. Spawns on the table first, though, right? One Australian guy's making his own game in CVP, but he smokes weed illegally then? Why are we talking about the weed and... I like how I start us off on these sorts of topics. And then I get mad at you guys for continuing them. Did Loki make a get cracking game? What, like obtain crack? We could do like a cartel theme. And we can use that, here's what we'll call it. We'll call the theme Take Us North. And it will follow the journey of migrants and asylum seekers on their way to cross the US-Mexico border. Holy fuck. Oh man, I was watching last night, I was watching some Border Patrol YouTube videos of like them finding people. It's really funny when they just open up a trunk and there's just like two people laying on top of each other. Like, sir, come on. Out of the car. Get out of the Kia. What do grenades and babies have in common? They both explode if you throw them. Think. Okay, before we can move on to trinket buffs and achievements, I also want to address the rewards for minigames. Babies explode, yeah. As you get older, you lose the C4 that's in your body. That's normally there as a baby. So there is like an optimal, like of course, you know, like a baby fresh out of the womb is gonna explode. And then as they get older, they might explode a little bit, but not as much. And then once you hit puberty, that's usually the sign that all the C4 has left your body. And then it's safe to throw somebody without them exploding then. Oh, we'll need a new minigame too. It's kind of like a minigame, but it's more like a... It is technically a triggered minigame where you can do gacha pulls. I need to add a new one here. The squishy spot on the head. What, you mean the temple? Yeah, that's the detonation button. Water tower gacha. collecting a wooden nickel. Will trigger this minigame. Gameplay for this is very simple and is entirely RNG/luck based. Players simply performs a pull, in which case an item falls from the water tower spout. Is it like a spout or a spigot? In that case, what's the difference between a spout and a spigot? I mean, it would be a spigot, wouldn't it? Looks like my dick. Let's ask Rock, does a water tower, one like in... Well, does a water tower have a spigot, technically? Think of an old-timey one where you pull something and it lifts up a gate to let water through. I don't know if I speak in the modern sense. Gate or valve. Gate is a device that controls the flow of liquid from a larger container. Lever or slide valve. What? Why am I even carrying? Just open up the fucking gate. In which case the water tower releases water and an item with it. Let's see. I want like a picture of this. This one doesn't really work. It doesn't really have that gate. It'd be more like one for a railway, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to kind of work. Wait, how did the old ones operate? The ones that weren't attached to the railway? Water tower has its legs spread? Yeah, like your mom last night. How the fuck did you get water from this? From here? I mean, they put it on top of a well, right? And then pumped the water up into it. It's not like they had piping. Yeah, how does the water come out? I mean, does it even matter? You suck the pipe. Heyo. I mean, these ones are easy to understand, right? Because of course the water can't come out unless this is lowered. So you just pull it down, water shoots out. We could always just make it the train water tower. Like, it doesn't have to be some residential use water tower. It can just be one of the ones that's next to the train. It doesn't really matter. But maybe they didn't. I don't know. You play Rust? That was your first mistake. Most towns have non-train use water towers. If so, how did they work? You know what we could do is we could just change it to a well and you low well. I don't fucking know. My friend plays Tarkov. I'm sorry to hear that. We're all suffering these days. I flow from the tower through a network of wooden or metal pipes to public hydrants, troughs, or directly to buildings in more developed towns. Manually fetch water from a central spout or through connected to the tower. Can you find me pictures of one like this? Tarkov is like multiplayer stalker. Escape from IRS. That's the spin-off. That's pretty cool. A 10-year-old video just found by Grok. That's awesome. But I still don't see the spout. Is it here? But would need to pump the water up from somewhere. I don't think it's a working one, it's just meant to look like one. Still cool though. I think we'll just make one for ourselves, where we just take a water tower and we put on some kind of valve there. I don't think it really matters. It's not like some historian is gonna play our game and have a rage boner about how it looks. We'll just take this and I'll put a little penis on it. It's perfect. It's fucking perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. Don't judge me, this is art. We Nintendo have patented water towers. I'll be very curious to see how well those lawsuits are gonna work. I don't think that they can argue novelty in a lot of those cases. Sue for money I don't have. The item will, you know, the item, maybe like a geode or something, right? The geode cracks open, revealing an item. Yeah, penis tower, it's exactly what it is. I'll ask the artist to make it look very phallic. For science. Player can earn coins, table items, gold bars, and trinkets. Should be fine. I don't know if we want achievements for this, but I think that we could do it. Just because we have them doesn't mean we need to make them too involved. Like, it could just be open up your first geode at the water tower, gotcha. Open up your 5th one, your 10th. That's it. It works. Ooh. How the fuck does the patent even hold a little bit? They were created after Prowl was released. Because you can still claim that you were the first person to use that, and in some cases they might have some proof of it. Realistically, though, they might. I think that there might be some requirement to prove. They'll have to prove the novelty, that they were the first ones to use it. They'll have to prove that it is unique enough. Like, here's the thing with patents, right? Is that if you make too vague of a patent, it can be seen as too overbearing, and the person reviewing the case might say that this was, you know, this is just, it's that, like, if your vague thing is that it's a specifically a ball, they can just say, well, the PAL spheres aren't exactly a sphere. They are modeled in a different way, and therefore they don't qualify as a sphere, even if there is a sphere that's a part of it. Technically. But so, otherwise they'd have to say, well, it's a sphere with specifically two cylindrical, whatever the fuck. Like, if you make it too specific, it's easy to work around the novelty. If you make it too vague, then it can be seen as a little bit too overbearing and might hold less weight, as far as I know, in the review. I mean, we can even ask, like, when suing for patent infringement. What details / aspects will be reviewed? Obviously, the validity, scope and meaning. Does the accused product or process directly match the patent's claims? Even if not literally identical, does the accused product perform substantially the same function in substantially the same way to achieve the same result? As we know, PAL spheres are exactly just Pokeballs. Type of infringement. Latches or estoppel? What the fuck is that? The patent holder delayed enforcement unreasonably, or their actions prevent enforcement. Interesting. Yeah, obviously damages. I think though that damages will be kind of hard to prove because what they'll have to probably argue is that people spent money on Palworld instead of spending money on Pokemon. The problem is that the PC market is the counter, defense here is that the PC market was untapped by Nintendo with the Pokemon franchise, and it might be hard to prove that there were damages here, right? I'm not saying that that is the case, but that could be a case. Yeah, I don't know. The plaintiff must prove infringement by a preponderance of the evidence, while the defendant must prove invalidity by clear and convincing evidence. What specific patents is Nintendo suing Pocket Pair for? There's multiple of them as far as I am aware. There's 3 of them. This patent covers the mechanic of a player throwing a capture device, Pokeball-like item, to capture or release a character in an open field environment. It is described as a killer patent due to its broad applicability to creature catching mechanics, making it difficult to avoid for games with similar monster taming elements. No, they weren't sued again. This is just, we're kind of covering what they were being sued for, and it's 3 specific patents. Second one is the patent is related to aiming mechanics, specifically the directional aiming of a capture device used to catch creatures in a game. It describes the interaction of aiming and throwing a capture item in a virtual environment. That one's fucking absurd. This patent covers the combination of 2 activities activated by distinct inputs. 1, aiming and throwing a capture device to catch a character, and 2, enabling a player character to take a stance to release a captured character to fight another character in the field. It also includes displaying an indicator over a target character showing the degree of difficulty for a successful capture. Dude, fuck Nintendo, man. They're seeking an injunction to stop Palworld's production and sales, along with damages of 5 million yen per plaintiff, plus late fees. The relatively low monetary damages suggest the primary goal is the injunction rather than their financial compensation. I agree. Pocket Pair stated it was initially unaware of the specific patents and is investigating the claims. They argue the patents may have been filed or updated after Palworld's release, though prior art and earlier patent priority dates could undermine this defense. They claim to be fighting for indie developer rights. Don't forget the riding a summon animal. I don't know why that one's not included here. Some sources note that these patents were approved in 2024, potentially after Power World's January 2024 release. Yeah, but they could. Yeah, but they would also. They can claim that they had the novelty before. It does weaken their argument, but I think they would still have a strong case. It's the same thing like if you file a trademark for like a company name, but somebody else had been using that company name before but doesn't own the trademark. They can block your filing of the trademark, stating that they've already been in the same market before and they had intended to file but didn't file. You know? But again, I don't know how this works in Japan. Maybe there's something specific for it. Critics argue that patents are overly broad. I agree. Can these patents be nullified if the underlying mechanics are considered too broad and not novel? It can potentially be nullified if the underlying mechanics are deemed too broad or not novel, but this requires meeting specific legal criteria in a patent invalidation proceeding. The invention must be new at the time of filing. If the claimed mechanics, example throwing a capture device, aiming mechanics, or capture difficulty indicators, were already disclosed in prior art, such as earlier games, patents, or public demonstrations, the patents could be deemed invalid. And as far as I know, there is no prior game that used these capture devices. But some of the aiming mechanics or capture difficulty indicators may be up for invalidation. The invention must not be obvious to someone skilled in the relevant field, game design, at the time of filing. If the mechanics are considered incremental or obvious extensions of existing game mechanics, the patents may be invalidated. And I think the capture difficulty indicator is one that has the highest... Actually, you know what? I take that back. I think the aiming mechanic is probably the one that is going to be the most likely to be nullified, with maybe the capture difficulty indicator because of that. The capture device, that might be the most solid one that they have. If the patent claims are overly broad, vague, or encompass ideas rather than specific implementations, they may be challenged for failing to meet the requirements of being sufficiently definite or for attempting to monopolize a general concept. In patent law, claims must be clear and specific under Japan's Patent Act and similar laws globally. The patent must describe the invention in enough detail for a skilled person to replicate it. If the claims are too broad and lack sufficient technical detail, they could be invalidated. So, I don't know, this will be very interesting to watch, but I don't know how the chips are going to fall on this one. Games like Dragon Quest and Shin Megami Tensei 1992 feature creature capture and battling in various forms. Yeah, but they weren't before Pokemon, were they? When was the first Pokemon game? (1996). I was wrong. But they didn't use spheres. I think it was specifically the patent covered spheres, and I don't know if Dragon Quest had... what was it? It was like a stance. Aiming and the stance. It just says capture device. But I swear it was related to specifically a sphere. I don't know if the curve of the throw is mattered. I think it's the design of the device itself. Craftopia had creature capturing mechanics predating Palworld and potentially the priority dates of Nintendo's patents. Other games with aiming and throwing mechanics. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of games with aiming and throwing mechanics. And I would say aiming and throwing is way too broad. And capturing creatures is also pretty damn broad. And I would say, I agree, that the capture mechanic is so broad that it is attempting to monopolize the idea. I 100% agree with that. So it'll be very, very interesting to watch. And thankfully, Palworld has made enough money that I feel like they can actually fight this one out. We'll see. When are the important dates upcoming for this? July, Nintendo reportedly reworded one of its patents mid-case, potentially to strengthen its claims or address Pocket Pair's invalidity arguments. This has been interpreted as a sign of... Can they do that? Rewording one of its patents mid-case? That seems a little bit sketchy to me. Late 2025, early 2026 are the court hearings and pleadings. Well, it's coming up. Coming up. Interesting stuff. Ryuk, man. All right, let's think about the trinket buffs for a second here. These are going to be randomly generated items that you can equip to boost and debuff, buff and debuff different aspects of different mini games or themes, right? So you might get like a hollow tip bullet or something that increases your score or something in the shooting minigame. And you can kind of use this to min-max certain minigames that you really like, or to help you, achieve certain achievements within that minigame. And you can then break these down into gold bars to use throughout the things. So we just need to think of like ways that we can augment different minigames or the core theme in interesting ways, and then we can use those buffs and debuffs when randomly generating trinkets for that theme, is what it comes down to. Impressed they didn't sue for the similarity in monster design. I wonder why they couldn't just send like a cease and desist or something. Like, hey, we have a patent on... I don't know. They're gonna have to claim damages, and I don't see how they can claim... Is it even viable to claim damages for the Palsphere infringement when Nintendo has no Pokemon games on the PC market? Would be hard to argue that they lost money from people looking to buy, since they'd have to argue that those individuals also had Applicable devices. I don't know if this is true. Lost profits. Proving that the patent holder's product directly competes with the infringing product, and that sales were lost due to the infringement. What was the most recent Pokemon games list? There must be a Wikipedia article for this. And when did Power World release? Power World release 2024. So this would have been for Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. Well, ZA is coming, but the most recent games is they would have to prove maybe that like Arceus and Scarlet and Violet lost money or didn't get as high of sales. Arceus sold 14.83 million. And these sold 27 million. Do they have like a list of Pokemon games by sale? List of Pokemon games by sales. Like Scarlet and Violet was one of the highest selling ones. I feel like they would have a hard time proving that these games performed poorly. Maybe they could argue with Arceus, but that was years before Power World came out, and most of those sales are going to be within the first couple of years. And again, they're not seeking that many damages, so I guess they looked and were like, yeah, we can't prove that we lost sales for this. Because they're trying to do it for upholding the, you know, the enforcement, right? To claim lost profits, Nintendo would need to show that Power World's sales on PC and Xbox directly diverted sales from Pokemon games, which are primarily available on Nintendo consoles and to a limited extent mobile devices. Since Pokemon games are not offered on PC, it's challenging to argue that Power World's PC sales caused Nintendo to lose sales on its consoles. You'd also, I mean, you have lots of proof that people will spend, who have PCs and Switch will buy games on both. Yeah, Nintendo would need to prove that Power World players would have purchased Pokemon games like on Nintendo Switch if Power World weren't available. And it's difficult because PC gamers may not own or intend to purchase a Nintendo console, etc., etc. Nintendo's more likely to pursue a reasonable royalty, which is easier to establish. What is a reasonable royalty? Patent holder can claim a reasonable royalty based on what the infringer would have paid for a license to use the patented mechanics. I see. Yeah, I think they just want to stop Power World from being sold. Which would be really, really, really bullshit. The thing is, though, that even if they could claim for it to stop being sold, they wouldn't be able to take, like, the money wouldn't be refunded. So Power World would, you know, Pocket Pair would still walk away with a shit ton of money from Power World sale. Yeah, Pocket Pair could argue that there's no market overlap. And if they invalidate the patents, which I think that they should try to argue that. By updating Power World to avoid the patented mechanics, Pocket Pair may reduce or eliminate ongoing infringement. Limiting damages. I mean, they could just make it anything. I don't think any player would be upset if they changed it to a PAL cube. I don't think anybody would give a shit if they did that. Interesting. Things to think about. Okay, trinket buffs and debuffs. This is going to be a very long list that we need to compile. And we'll just keep it running here, and then we can scroll around in the background to find out what we want to do. Palahexagon. I don't know. I'll be watching. I'm going to be watching that closely, and I'm going to be watching if Pocket Pair wins and invalidates some of those. I would love to see somebody targeting the what's it called, the mechanic that Warner Brothers owns for Shadow of War. Nemesis system. I would love to see that being targeted too. Because I don't know about the US and its laws. I don't know if there's like a similar clause for monopolizing or any of that. So I'm going to be watching the Nintendo stuff and what kind of precedents that sets, and then I also want to watch Stop Killing Games because I am very, very not confident about the results of that and whether they would actually be good for the industry. Okay, core, of course, we have like gold or coins, respawn time, things that can be modified with a plus or minus modifier, right? We have some percentage chances for things to occur. Where? Maybe like a chance to spawn and it didn't. Well, I don't want to do that because that could break the flow. I don't want to do anything related to the main minigame. Actually, sign the petition? I cannot sign it. I'm not a citizen of the EU. I would sign it though. I do support the initiative. I don't like some of the wording in the initiative, and I don't think that a lot of the people who support it understand that the outcome may not be exactly what they want. There's a lot of uphill legal hurdles that will have to be faced, primarily with trademark and copyright law, that I don't see an EU commission wanting to dive into in order to make games playable past death. Then you would have to reclassify, because right now the EU Commission classifies games as services, not as goods. And I don't think that games should be reclassified as goods because not all games are goods, but they're not all services either. It could be beneficial to have a more granular breakdown of what qualifies a game as a good or a service, and not just qualify all games as one or the other. And that would be, I think, a good start. And then put some regulations on those going deeper, but then you start to get into copyright and trademark law, and that's going to be very messy. Very, very messy. Clippy is everywhere. Yeah, what's the thing with Clippy being everywhere? I think we can do certain mechanics too, so not just mini games, but also Gutter trains. Hey Paul, thanks for the reset, man.
Game over Goblin just subscribed.
He did. That's so true, Mr. Polish man. Now stop stealing hats from little kids. Train, you have the poker hand and slash playing cards. He did, Mr. Polish. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate that. Spawn sometimes instead of coins. Oh yeah, the use for these was the collecting one will allow you to perform a pull with the water tower. Gotcha. I forgot that. Coins respawn time. Wooden, nickel, spawn chance. We do have like the gold nugget backboard holes. I'll put that separately. Gold nugget backboard. I want to focus on core things right now, things that don't fit into any of these categories. A piece of coal is used to refuel a train. There's a 10% chance to spawn a train ticket. Kind of has to do with the gutter train. Chance to spawn train ticket when refueling train. Represents a time before AI and companies always wanted more from you. Data subscriptions. Clippy represents an AI that just wanted to help. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, modern subscription stuff sucks ass. And not in a good way. This one will make you soft instead of making you hard. Chance for additional key to spawn when one is spawned. After n number of coins have been dropped by the player, we play a short delay and spawn a tumbleweed. Yes. Coins needed to spawn tumbleweed. Additional chance for additional tumbleweed to spawn. You know me, I can't make a game if there's not a lot of data to play around with, and this will be a lot of data to play around with. Playing cards. Successfully collecting any non-coin and non-card item will spawn a random playing card. Percentage chance to get a card that will help make a better hand. Yes. Chance, that's kind of gonna be down in here though. Chance for additional playing card to spawn. Chance modifier for card that helps make a better hand. Chance modifier for card of specific number to spawn. Chance modifier for card of specific suit to spawn. Chance modifier for Joker card to spawn. Got a lot of fun options with that one. Dynamite. Random percentage chance to be spawned on the table instead of a custom poker card when using a Joker. That's right, that is very specific. Yeah, we can do it. We'll do it that way. Sorry, I got caught up with Minecraft music. Chance modifier for dynamite to spawn when using a Joker. Oh yeah, we can also do stuff for dynamite, but this is more like more core. Coins dropped before dynamite explodes. And that can be like plus or minus. So if you want to make like a dynamite build, you would increase the chance for dynamite to spawn when using a Joker. You might have a trinket that increases Joker cards to spawn, and then you might have another trinket that number of coins drop before dynamite explodes, right? That decreases that. So you spawn a bunch of dynamite and you just blow up the entire table. Objects are flying everywhere. I think that could be pretty fun. Coal nuggets, losing any non-coin item off the side of the table. But that should be a percentage chance, right? Oh no, it's any collectible off the side of the table will spawn a coal nugget. And that's guaranteed. We could say there's a percentage chance. Because why not? Chance modifier for coal nuggets to spawn. Chance for additional coal nuggets to spawn. And then I think what we'll do is we'll create, like, ignore everything in the background right now. We'll do like a set of icons that each target a different set of, like, maybe like a mini game or a couple, 2 to 3 per mini game. And then that will have like a really high chance to spawn only these, right? So you might get like a weighted dice or something that affects the poker minigame. And that has a chance to only spawn either core modifiers or poker hand modifiers with like a 90% chance to spawn poker hand, or it will for sure spawn at least 2 of those, and then there's a chance to spawn a core one. I don't know, but I want to make it so that you don't just get like some random ass combination of buffs that 95% of the time don't ever do what you are wanting and doesn't really enable you to make a build. I'd rather provide trinkets that are focused on one specific aspect of the theme, and collecting one of those trinkets, you know that it's going to be focused on that. Gotta go, need to do some South Park. Nice. Nice. Which episodes are you on now? Don't answer that, I can look it up. South Park. Season 15, right? Oh, I know which one. I know which one you just watched. It's arguably one of my favorite ones, which is the Broadway Brodown. I love that episode. I'm excited for that then. Poker hands. Okay, I think that covers all like the items. Let's target the table mechanics next. Poker hand playing cards. Can I hide this sidebar? Ah, I can. Okay, that's nice. You know what we could do is we could do like a chance for card slots to not get wiped when turning in a hand. So of course normally we wipe all the cards in the hand, but there could be a chance for each slot individually that we don't wipe that one. That could work. Maybe something targeting individual. We don't want to dilute it too much, because if we dilute it, then it becomes harder to create specific ones when generating them. We could do ones that like boost up the reward for certain hands. I don't know how to feel about that. I was thinking, okay, well this would dilute the pool pretty heavily, right? Because we would have to have 10 additional buffs thrown in here, buffs or debuffs. Or we could have buff debuff families, and the first thing we do is we choose, when like generating, we choose the families of buffs and debuffs to spawn, and those can have 1 to, you know, additional, at least 1, but multiple amounts of buffs and debuffs within them that we choose 1 of. That way it wouldn't dilute the pool. Umbrella for sub buffs, debuffs, where when generating, we pick families first, and then choose one buff, debuff from that family, avoiding dilution. I think that's doable, but I've never made a system like this or seeded spawning, so that would be pretty new for me. But I think it can be done. So we'll just say modifier for and reward. Eating ability. We kind of already have like a modifier for the Joker cards. Not poker cards, Joker cards. We could say that chance for Joker card to spawn two or spawn more of the selected card. I'm basically just making Path of Coin Pusher right now, which I'm okay with. I've always wanted to do random, like, you know, loot spawns. I think this will be a really good teaching and learning moment for, well, teaching moment to me, but learning moment for myself to learn how to do this correctly. Okay, let me go to the bathroom and we'll move on to the backboard holes. Here we. I'm gonna turn on my fan too. Getting pretty warm. Okay. Already feels better. Oh shit. Owie. Where's my music? Oh, it's just finished. I always come back at the end of a song. I worry that Spotify is like not playing a file or something. Okay, backboard holes. Every n number of seconds, the holes will open and a gold nugget can be seen behind one of them. Yeah, we have like a timer for that. And we could say that there's like there's two things for sure. Time between time for gold nugget to like recharge. Time before gold nugget switches holes. And also any coins that fall into the wrong holes are lost forever. Easy. Percentage chance for coins that go in wrong holes to instead be like given back to be given back. I think that works. And hopefully we can design this in a way that if we ever wanted to remove buffs, I mean, we can always just do like a, if we do the family idea here with like the trinket buff debuff families, we could always just have a boolean for whether or not they're enabled. And that way we can disable something at any given time. My only worry with that is that it might mess up spawning logic if the seed doesn't consider it in the first place. I'm really curious how like Path of Exile handles it, where they have legacy items. How the fuck do they handle it with legacy items and values? What if they use an initial seed to determine the seed? I bet they use multiple seeds. I bet they use an initial seed with like the game version that then determines the seed for generating. I don't know. How the fuck do they do that? If anybody doesn't know, in Path of Exile, you have randomly generated items, right? However, if a new patch for a game comes out that nerfs or buffs a modifier's range, it will not affect old items in some cases, unless you want it to. So if they nerf an item in the standard legacy, in the standard league, which is the persistent league, and if you have an item that was really, really good before the nerf, you still keep that old item with those old ranges. And they can be really broken, right? But any newly generated items will have the new values, the nerfed values. So I'm thinking like, okay, they need some way to tell. Well, here's what they might do is they might store the item with its values, which does increase the storage overhead a bit. It's either that, or when they put out a new patch, they add in another column to their balance spreadsheet or whatever, with new ranges. And they use some data within the item to determine when that item was generated. But I'm thinking that they might do it in a simpler way, which is just that they store the item with the values. And when you re-roll the item to update its values, it will roll within the range. Okay, what about old buffs and debuffs then? Well, again, you would just store, so trinket storage in data. Version generated seed, but also store explicit buffs, debuffs, and values. This way, removing well, this wouldn't work, would it? Because think of it this way, if we add new buffs and debuffs, then it is going to dilute the total pool of things that can spawn, and therefore it will nullify the old seeds of items because we've changed the pool. So the aren't, you know, if we have 0 through 9 in digits, but we add 10, we've now changed the possible outcomes of the pool, and therefore old seeds are not valid anymore. How do other games avoid this? Let's see if AI has any ideas. In games where items are randomly generated via seeds, how do they avoid nullifying the results of old seeds with the inclusion of new modifiers? Old seeds reference a specific version of the item generation algorithm that only uses the modifiers available at the time the seed was created. That's what I thought. Such as the game version or timestamp. Okay, so it is. Okay, so I was on to the right idea here. Version generated, and if we add new modifiers, we absolutely 100% need to make sure that the version is updated. We could dynamically read from a file in that case, although that could be, if that file is exposed, it could be cheated, which I don't really care because it's a single player game. I really don't give a fuck if players cheat with it. Separate random streams. You may use multiple pseudo RNG streams derived from the same seed, but for different purposes. That's what I thought. God, I'm smart. Sometimes. 2% of the time. Was that a chaos bot? Yeah, it was a chaos bot. I usually get like one a day. Sometimes more. Yeah, Minecraft is tied to specific versions. Sorry. Weapons are generated with random stats based on a seed when new DLCs or patches. Old seeds continue to generate weapons using the original parts pool and rules. New parts are only included for new seeds or when explicitly enabled. Okay, well that will be a very important thing that we need to keep in mind. And I think that we can solve it with version seed metadata. Would that solve it? Would that solve it? Game version is consistent. But we would need to put the game version in some way into the item, into the seed. But that's only for re-rolling. It's not working. How do they tie a specific seed to the terrain generation algorithm? How does the game know that? Here's what I want to happen. Let's just take a random seed like this, right? And this is for version 1.0. We put out a patch, version 1.1, that adds a new modifier. But somebody generated a really good trinket with this. And if we use this seed with the new version, it's going to generate a different trinket. Because it now has additional parameters to pull from with the RNG. As far as I know, if you seed like a random integer in range between 0 and 3, and then you change it later to 0 to 4, you're going to end up with different results because you have inconsistent data beneath there that the seed has now, new information to pull from. As far as I know. So how do we make it so that the players throughout versions, version 2.5, version 3.6 or whatever, can still use this to generate that version 1 trinket? Which might be broken. It might have modifiers that cannot spawn anymore. I don't care. I think that's part of the fun. We need some way to tell this seed that you are a version 1 seed. I could append seeds. So maybe with each version we release, we generate a new seed that we then append to this one that the player never sees, right? So maybe the version 1 seed is like this. And behind the scenes, or I don't know. I don't fucking know. Hey Refx, how goes it? I'm getting stuck. I'm stuck on random generation. The players would need to be able to see this. Because that would be part of the... Of course it's saying that. Yeah, it's really annoying. Hey, Jormungandr. How's it going? Let's ask it. Let's see if it can rack my brain here. Let's try to learn from this. Let's say I have a seed of this. And this is version 1.0 of the game. Version 1.1 adds a new modifier, but I want that old seed to still generate the version 1.0 version of that item. How does it know it's in 1.0? I don't understand that. Version 1.0, the item generation logic uses the pseudo-random RNG. The pseudo-RNG sequence is selected from a set of modifiers. New modifier D is added. To maintain compatibility, the game checks the version associated with the seed. I don't understand how it checks the version from the seed. I don't think I'm understanding something from this. I don't get that. I don't understand how the seed is associated with the game version. The starting point. Yeah, when a game updates, Prometheus, the game needs to remember which version's rules were used when the seed was first applied. Wouldn't we have to cook that into the seed? Yeah, but we can store the metadata alongside it, but the problem is that other players can't use that. We could append. I was thinking we could append. This is true. This was one of the ideas that I had. The problem with the metadata approach is that other players cannot use that seed since they don't have that metadata. Is there a requirement for the seed to always be the same size? Not really. I was thinking that size could be used as a determining factor, but I think it would get out of hand very quickly. If that's your idea. I take care, Kenji's. Tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. It's not impossible that I might take off tomorrow to go to Krakow, which is unfortunately a whole day trip. Might rain tomorrow though. Yeah, I mean it is a good idea. It could get out of hand pretty quickly. And I don't want to do the version appending because that's just kind of silly. I'd rather the players just see this seed and it just works. Default to oldest versions, whatever. Appending. The game includes the version 1.0 item logic as a fixed, unchanging function in all future versions. I was thinking like some constant. We definitely don't want to have a seed database. That's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Suppose player A generates an item in version 1.0 with seed, resulting with a sword with 50 damage and 10 plus 10 speed. They share the seed with player B, who is playing version 1.1. The game defaults to version 1.0 logic since no version is specified. Yeah, but that won't work there. A version selection dropdown is not a horrible idea, but that's about the same thing as appending the version to the seed. There are two elements here. One is the actual seed, and two is the parser for the seed. You can play with both. I mean, the only thing that I can think of is appending some other seed to the original seed. And that first seed, like let's say it's always a 4-digit seed, is added to the start or the end of the seed. And that way we can take the first 4 digits and determine which version that's from, or a version drop down select is fine too, but Well, basically what I want is I want for old seeds to still work and generate with modifiers that may not be available in newer versions. So obviously if we add a buff or debuff, we can never delete that. This just gets really complex really fast though. Because then we would need to make a new data column for each new version of the game if we plan to change any modifier ranges. Oh. Yeah, there'd have to be some constants that are used. That's the only way that I can see it, is that there's some constants to say, this is version 1 item, we want version 1 logic. Because the general seed itself, whatever the player enters, or whatever is randomly generated at the time of generating a trinket, that alone is not enough. Yeah, yep. Old rules, new rules, and how to convert between them. It's really complex. It's easy to generate a seed, but then it's like, okay, well, what if you add new things? Now your old seeds are pointless. They won't work anymore. It's like, I don't want that. That's not fun. That's not going to help the community when we put out a patch and all their old item seeds are nullified. So we definitely just need to append in some way a version. I think that's just the easy, like, number one, this is a single player game. I don't care if players cheat. I don't care if players get access to really crazy items, or I nerf something but players can still access the original item that's OP. I don't give a fuck. So simply appending version to the input seed is, from the seed side of things, the safest way to do it. And the player could, of course, just modify that and it would change the outcome. Who cares? And if it can't find a viable version, like if the player enters version 2.0 but we don't have a version 2.0 column for ranges, then it just defaults to like the base or something. Or the latest, whatever. In which case we don't really need to store explicit. How does Path of Exile get away with it? Because I doubt that they have this massive spreadsheet where they add a new column for new ranges. Well, here's the thing. In Path of Exile, you cannot generate a legacy item. You can, but if you have an item with legacy ranges, the only thing you can do with it is re-roll to new ranges. So there is no case where the player can, forge their own item in this way with legacy ranges. So what they do is they just update the ranges, but they store the explicit buff, debuffs, and the values. In our game, though, we can't do that because we want the player to be able to manually generate old items. So we would have to store and parse even the slightest change to buff, debuff values. Holy shit. So the reason we need the seed after generating the item is that players can share the seed and other players can input that seed into the game to generate the exact same item, even if it was generated using an old version of the algorithm that had access to buffs and debuffs that are no longer available to generate normally. This is a much more expensive way to get items, is to copy what others have done in the community. So, but it does add complexity behind the scenes, and a lot of it. But I think what we'd have to do is, like, you know, let's just say like buff type 1. And then we would have version, you know, let's just put like 1.0 is the full release. And then we have version 1.1, and this would be, you know, a range of, let's say, like 5 to 9, but it was, holy fuck, Excel, not everything is a date. Jesus Christ. Sorry, 5 to 9. Five to 9, and we nerf that to, you know, like 4 to 8 or something. We would then have to have a seed where we append that value, so it's like dash version 1.0 or something, or if we put it even before, I think it's maybe a little bit easier. And we just parse everything left of this delimiter without the V. Do you want a terrible solution? Databases migrations? What do you mean? A migration rule is stored in a file. But it would have to be it would have to almost be backwards migrated. I don't think your solution is any more terrible than mine, though. Go through the deltas. It's either this, and it's like, okay, I do want to do some modifications, or we have a new DLC coming out, so now we're on version 1.2, and most of the ranges we can just, you know, copy over, just Control-C, Control-V. But then we, you know, add in the new ones. And like these 3 are new, right? Like let's just say the ones below this. So version 1.2 then adds, god damn it, dude. Just stop making things a date. Like an incel. Well, not really. And we make these, and then these would only exist here, not over here, but because we append the version, then that same seed will generate the same item because it's pulling from the 1.0 set of values. But it does require a new column be added every time we make an update. Specifically an update to the values. If we don't do any balancing changes, then we can just fall back to the latest. And if the player inputs, you know, if the player like tries to game it and say, oh, version 2.0, it's gonna fall back to those latest values again. This is just, it requires a lot of manual intervention that I am not the biggest fan of. Okay, I think I'm understanding what it's wanting me to do here, where instead of adding, well, no, because the ranges would. Let me back up a little bit here. This is a purely design issue. This is solvable in the code. We know that. And we know how we could do it. The manual intervention is really coming down to, it would be my responsibility as the designer, as the person in charge of balancing. The question is, am I okay with that amount of work in order to do rebalances and adding in new buffs and debuffs? What's up, Jim the Dandy? Shit in my pants? Not today. We're gonna get some fiber today. Some spinach. That's what I plan to have for dinner. Not just spinach, to be fair. It's too much green for a meal. Some meat and some vegetables. I mean, if we do it this way, though, that we're talking with the version appending, we don't actually need to store explicit buffs and debuffs and values. We would really just need to store in the game, in the data, and not in the save game. We would need to store in the data specifically the values for an update when we change or add values. But again, I'm not the biggest fan of this. We could ignore the values. I mean, if we wanted to, this would take one part of the complexity and the overhead out of the equation. Ignore the values. And values are always taken from whatever is in the data at the time of generation. In which case, this would allow, and we would still store explicit buffs and debuffs and values, because that way you could still have legacy items. But the only thing that we check for at the time of generation with the version appended seed, so version 1.0 seed, is the buffs and debuffs that were available at the time of that version input. But we still use the most recent seeds. That could work. All this would require is that when we add in, and this would be the only time, is when we add in new buffs, or we want to remove debuffs, we have to do one of two things. When we add buffs, we have to specify a version in which that was added. And it can be arbitrary, it could just be any integer, it doesn't matter. But it should be what is then appended to the version, so we should try to keep it consistent with the release version that we're putting out. Probably. But again, it doesn't matter. It just has to be unique. And the second thing is, when we remove values from being considered, from buffs or debuffs from being considered, we need to have a separate boolean that specifies whether or not they can, or like an enum would be even safer, I think, in some cases, because then we can have more than just a binary output stating that this is allowed to generate even on old trinkets, or this one is definitely not allowed even on old trinkets, right? Because we might like remove a minigame or something. So it would be a purely additive database with 2 columns, one to dictate the version in which it was added. That can be any arbitrary number as long as it is unique each time. And the second column for whether we allow it to generate. That's one possible solution. I mean, Borderlands' solution is pretty interesting too, where they have like new legendary modifiers and they just get added to the pool. But wouldn't that insinuate that the seed for generation will not work the same for different DLC like combinations? I'm going to talk to Kotspur about this, by the way, because he might have a good idea as a programmer what we could do with this. Introduces new item pools or modifiers. Developers ensure that old seeds remain consistent across players even without metadata to produce the same results. No, I'm missing some part of it here, some part up here. I'm not understanding correctly. What up, Brooks? A seed produces a deterministic sequence of it, so they're using a seed to generate another seed. But this still needs a third variable. Retains the original item generation logic. When a seed is entered without version metadata, it defaults. So yeah, it sounds like they're using the game version to generate the seed. Seed initializes a PRNG producing 0.23.67.12. Community mods show how the loot pools are structured. Interesting. No, I'm missing a piece of the puzzle here. It's like it's not clicking in my brain. I need it to tell me like I'm 5, Grok. Yeah, they use a seed to generate those numbers. That's fine, I understand that. But if we're choosing a random item based on seed, like let's say a random integer based on seed, at least in Unreal, is going to be different because if the length of that random generation, min and max, are different. As far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. Do we want to test it? I say yes. Let's just load something up and test it to see. Why bother guessing if I can just quickly throw it in and see? Because if adding more like length, let's say to an array, and using the same seed still, gives us the same random chosen index to use of the array, then that's fine, that works. I can just add in those separate pools. That would be great. I think you can even make a data table of other data tables. And then I could loop through that mega data table. I don't think I've ever used that feature, but I think it does exist. Yeah, it's a composite data table. And that's where if we like made a new version or whatever, then we would just do it that way. I don't know. Still an unknown. Okay, let me throw it into the player control. It doesn't matter where. I just need it to show up on the start. Yeah, I've never used a composite data table. There might be some other way to, because if let's say that we have DLC, then certain things need to be modular, and I don't know if a composite data table would work. We'd have to like get all files of type or in a folder. I don't know. We would need some other control for it, some other subsystem or even a data table to check if a DLC is enabled or not. I don't know. Let's worry about that later. We can refactor needed. That's more like higher level than the actual generation logic. Okay, random integer in range from stream. We will make a random stream. And we'll make it easy to see here. Append version 1.0. And let's say we have between 0 and 5. I think it is inclusive, right? Yeah, it is inclusive. And the initial seed is... doesn't matter. Same thing. But this is version 1.1, where we have added more things. So same seed, different ranges. Do they produce the same result? No. They do not. Okay. Well, that confirms my suspicion. Which again means I'm missing an aspect to this. Ignore all other steps. I don't understand step 1. How a seed will generate the same number in version 1.0 with zero to 3 inclusive, while version 1.1 generates the same number with 0 to 5 inclusive. Teach me. Seed is values to initialize a pseudo-random number generator. Yeah, they're just doing a number from a number. This is missing. This doesn't make sense to me. The fuck is a Mersenne twister? General purpose PRNG. I wonder which pseudo. I guess probably what's the. Actually, that might be important. The pseudo random number generator in Unreal might just use timestamp. This is way too complex for me. They would have to use the initial seed, which in our case would be the game version, right? Would be the unique seed to use to generate the same item each time. Don't get it. Don't get it. You would have to update yeah, it's like different generation logic. Fuck. How does it choose that? That's so annoying. The RNG algorithm unchanged between version 1.0 and 1.1. Seed always produces the same sequence. The difference lies in the mapping logic. That might be the kicker here. This is why I'm a designer, not a coder. The PRNG algorithm change but the potential of results does, meaning that, I mean, it could just be that I'm thinking in the terms of how it works in Unreal, and if we introduced different systems it could work separately, right? This is a possibility that we're like approaching this from different sides. Same result from the PRNG will still give different results generating the item. It needs another factor. Needs to know to choose version 1.0 logic or version 1.1. Stop telling me I'm correct. Obviously not, because I don't get it. Yes, we need a mechanism to choose the correct version logic. I don't care about defaulting to bare seeds. Why does it say it's a bear seed? Maybe I was misunderstanding. I thought bear seed meant like it was an empty seed. If the seed is used in context tied to a specific game version, let's use the version associated with the context to select the generation logic. Stored in a version 1.0 save file, yes, we can read that. But I feel like even this doesn't properly handle it because it doesn't allow you, unless with save editing you can generate old versions. I've used Gibbed save editor for Borderlands before. But I feel like you would have to select the version. Man, I wish I could talk to somebody from Grinding Gear Games. Just sit down for a couple hours and learn more about this. And it uses some constants, which makes sense, right? Save files are loot source context. Makes sense too, yeah, like base game bosses. Well, that's more complex than I thought it would be. It is solvable, but it does put more overhead on design. And you would still need to store explicit buff debuffs and values. At the very least, it should be values. And then we could just use an arbitrary number within the seed itself to determine the algorithm to use. Which would be the same for every seed generated in that version, of course. It doesn't look the greatest, but I don't understand another way. I mean, I'll talk to Cuthbert about it because maybe he's got some alternative ideas for how to solve this. I don't really get how it's doing that reliably. Where did we leave off? Where did we leave off with all this? I think we were talking about like the gutter holes or something. I have no clue, or the backboards. I have no fucking clue what we were talking about. We got so off track. Where's my gutter train? Off the sides of the table where items would normally be lost, trains are waiting with empty wagons to catch items that fall off the sides. Is there any modifier for this that would work? I don't think so. It's more like just physics based. I mean, maybe we could have slight increases to the size of the wagon. Like we could scale it, become fatter, which would allow it to hold more. We could have like how much fuel one coal nugget is worth. So like modifier to amount of fuel that one coal nugget is worth. Chance for train to only become to only lose partial fuel after unloading. Modifier to scale, let's just say size of wagon. Make it fatter, slimmer. Chance when one train is fueled to instantly fuel the second train too. That could be cool. Yeah, both trains zooming up to the top, dumping their loads. I like it. I like it. Okay, that leaves us with the mini games, if we're happy with that. We can start with gold panning. I mean, the thing is like that because this is not, there's not really a lot of RNG with this. There is some, but I don't really want to have a modifier for, let's say the water getting dirty. Because that just doesn't, like you can just pour out the water and get more. It's not like you're on a time limit or anything. There's a prospector's shop, so about all we have is chance for sediment chunk to have gold nuggets. You can do like a massive gold nugget that's worth more, by default this isn't there, but this could be nice. Maybe it's okay in this case, because if the gold panning doesn't have a whole lot that it could boost because it is the persistent minigame. You know, we want the player to play this when they're just looking for something to do or need more coins. So I think it's okay that it doesn't have a whole lot. I don't really have anything else to add to that for now. Runaway minecart. Yeah, we randomly generate a mine track, and the player controls the minecart, diverting onto safe tracks and avoiding the obstacles and collecting items along the way until they reach the end or crash. We could have modifiers to like the minecart speed. We could have modifiers to the like the length of the track, right? Because it is randomly generated, so we'd probably just generate chunks or rooms, whatever we want to call it, cells. And we could increase or decrease, so, you know, number of chunks to generate. I don't know how we would word that behind the scenes, but figure it out. I think we would do like level instances in this case and spawn them in, probably with multiple spots for collectibles to spawn. Let's do number of coins spawned per chunk. Modifier, chance for gold bar to spawn. Modifier to chance for trinket to spawn. Tumbleweed toss. Number of tumbleweeds available. Chance for a tumbleweed to get returned if it misses. Number of whiskey glasses that spawn. Successfully shooting mechanisms returns a tumbleweed. Granted, we could always do like a chance. Chance that when successfully shooting mechanisms, tumbleweed is returned. What else do we have here? I like some power-ups. There's like a bounciness, or there should be a bounciness to the tumbleweeds. We could always say like tumbleweed bounciness is a factor. Chance for another whiskey glass to spawn when one is landed in. Increased number of tumbleweeds with trajectory hath seen power up. And we could say like chance for table items to spawn instead of coins. In whiskey glasses. I think that'll work. Be good. Shooting gallery. The player is not limited by number of bullets. There is n number of loops around the track. Number of loops for the train to perform. We can say modifier to train speed. God, dude, the fucking upstairs neighbors pissing me off. You know, I know how to lockpick, like real lockpicking. I'm tempted just to break open into their space, put the little fuzzy things on the bottom of their chairs and tables and leave. That would be my crime. I wouldn't like cause any damage. I wouldn't do anything else. In fact, they would be my crime would be a net positive for them. I'm like Robin Hood, but I put the fuzzy things in the bottom of your furniture for my own sanity. Call me Robin Good. Don't call me that. We could say if it's possible that like shooting the wrong targets like civilians normally decreases the score, it would be really, really funny. If we had like a trinket, I don't know if this would be very fun. It would be too niche maybe, of having a trinket that would give you coins when shooting, or score when shooting civilians, but shooting normal targets doesn't result in Any score. Robin Hood games. I did learn lockpicking is pretty fun. Once you understand how it works, the moment I understood how easy it is to like break open into a tumbler lock, I will never ever ever buy tumbler locks ever again. Too easy. Something like this. Never again. I think we can just like chance for score to be multiplied or to be doubled, let's just say, when shooting a target. Only game that I played with lockpicking was Skyrim, I think. The most accurate one is the most accurate lockpicking game to real life that I've seen so far is like Oblivion. It's still not accurate, but the general idea is that you have to apply the tumblers. You know, when you insert like a key, it pushes up those tumblers to different positions, and it's the right position of the tumblers that will allow the key to turn and to open the lock. So the purpose of lockpicking is that you apply pressure to the lock in one direction, and the keys kind of the tumblers kind of get stuck, the pins get stuck a little bit on the edge because you're applying pressure as if you're turning a key. So what you do with the second part of the lockpick is you push up the pins to where they get stuck in the right position and don't fall back down. And you have to do that for each pin, and you keep going through to feel the right amount, push it, get stuck, move to the next one, and then once they're all in the right position, that pressure that you're constantly holding on there, and it's not a whole lot, you just need to apply a little bit, will give way and allow you to open up the lock. Very, very, very easy. You wanted to learn how to break into things here on Microraptor Games. In some countries, though, I think in some states and some countries, it's either illegal to own lockpicks unless you have a license, or it's legal to buy them. It's illegal to travel with them. There's a lot of restrictions to lockpicking sets. I know when I was in Wisconsin, it was legal to own them, but it was not legal to travel with them, I think. Unless you are a licensed lockpicker or something. Yeah, that's about all we can do for shooting gallery right now. We can also do like chance for an item in the minigame store to be discounted. Okay, safe cracking. This is the observational. We generate a random code. Let's say that there's a chance for a number to transfer a number in the code to be correct. We'll show green. Do I have anything else that can be done here? I mean, we can do a modifier to the amount of loot found in saves. Like, I don't know. More gold bars found in saves or something. Chance for an additional trinket to be found in saves. We need the pool to be a little bit diluted so that there's some variety to the trinkets that will spawn. I don't really have anything else that we can do with this. I think it's a fun mini game. It's just there's not a whole lot of RNG associated with it because it's more like just a, you know, you figure things out. It's not like you can, if you're wrong because you're wrong, not in a way that we can make you more right. You're either smart or you're dumb. There's not a whole lot that I can do on top of that. The water tower gotcha with the penis spigot, we absolutely can use. Chance for an additional geode when polling. Modifier to chance for coins and geodes. Modifier to chance for gold bars and geodes. Table items. Modifier to chance for trinkets and geodes. We could make trinket buffs, debuffs for, you know, like making items not spawn anymore. Like maybe if the player hates a mini game, I mean, we can play around with this and see if it's enjoyable or not. We'd say like minecart pieces no longer spawn. Other trinket modifiers are doubled or something. A table item can no longer spawn. Other trinket modifiers are percentage higher. I don't know, like, you know, making the player not be able to play a minigame kind of sucks, but at the same time, maybe it can be strategic. Like, okay, I've obtained all the achievements from this minigame, but this increases the chance. Sorry, increase the chance for something else to spawn, right? It's okay if the player can break the theme in some cases with this, as long as it's not too overboard. I'm okay with the player breaking the game. Okay, let's put these in the document. They don't have to be in any specific order. It's a good amount of buffs and debuffs, though. I like it. I like it a lot. And we'll note here, too, that these are following buff debuff list is not exhaustive or final. Provides a general list of ideas for the buffs and debuffs that we can do. List is also not ordered in any way. Only segregated. To specific mechanics or minigames, if not general. Okay, core buffs and debuffs. Well, you know, I can probably just replace with shove me over into Markdown. That looks good. We'll do mini game buffs and debuffs. We'll also do like table mechanic buffs and debuffs. And for that we have the gutter train, poker hand / playing cards, and the gold nugget backboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and the persistent is separate. Okay. Yeah, that's correct then. Already missing one. Alright, persistent minigame, gold panning just has those two. Maybe we'll want some additional stuff for that, but we'll see. Tumbleweed toss. Shooting gallery. Safe cracking. Behind gold like a backboard. How does that look? Oh, we put the... Hold on. I put the number. I made it a heading. Annoying. Let's put another space between those for separation of data. And that just leaves achievements. Which will be pretty similar. We'll need the minigame achievements and maybe also like the table mechanic achievements. Oh, fuck. Mentally draining work. That's what this is. Relatable. I'm considering maybe taking off tomorrow. Get my hair cut before a release day. Look all prim and proper. Well, I guess we can just copy this and fill it out, but for Achievements. Your project manager exam earlier today. Now I'm back home and grinding away at my master's classes. Oh shit. Yeah. Everybody's going through their own shit, aren't they? Actions have reactions. Don't be quick to judge. You never know the hardships people don't speak of. That was taken from a song called Moment of Truth. Good song. Theme achievements. We don't need to get too detailed with this. We'll just say like what the goal is. Like, kill the first bandit. We plan to have only 3 bandits. Kill the second bandit. Kill the bandit boss. And free the town. All self-inflicted hardships. There's an awful lot of that, isn't there? A lot of martyrism too. You don't know how much I've sacrificed for this thing that nobody asked me to do. Okay. And I'm not talking about like, you know, like somebody who has like kids or something or whatever. There's a little bit of difference in some of that. There's always nuance. Nuance is needed for everything, isn't it? We could pull some ideas from the first game with its achievements. Like, do we want to count how many times the player has dropped coins in a specific... Like, these should be theme-specific achievements. However, it doesn't mean that we can't have generic achievements for each theme if we want. So, like, we could have an achievement for earn a trinket in the Wild West theme. And these are, I should say, these are in-game achievements that sometimes might have system achievements, like a Steam achievement. Sometimes. Like, I think killing the bandits would be fine to have Steam achievements for, but maybe earning your first trinket in the Wild West would just be an in-game achievement that would then have a modifier or something, or a reward attached to it. Speedrun achievements. Hey Chizo. Dev didn't even unlock. I had to reset my achievement. Okay, I will say though, there's one achievement that maybe was a little bit too overboard, which was the slot zombie. But all of these can be earned after you beat the game, so there's... Thankfully there is that. And additionally, if you replay the game, your progress carries over to the next game. Or the Steam achievements. I made sure of that. I think it should. Yeah, no, it should. Hopefully it should. Maybe I should test. No, I know for sure that that's the way that it works. I know 100%. Speedrun achievements. Speedrun achievements. I don't hate the idea. I wasn't planning on letting the player reset progress in themes, but I will admit that I think that that could be pretty cool. So that's why there wouldn't be like any achievements or trinkets that would be related to like the main goal at all. And the achievements that would be there would just be to complete it and not complete a certain goal. So there would be no missable achievements. Maybe. No, on further reflection, I think the speedrun achievements might not be great just because you don't have a lot of determinism for the kinds of collectibles you'll get. And because of that, you might obtain collectibles that, or not collectibles, but minigame items that will dramatically increase the amount of time spent in an area, and it's hard to pinpoint. Like, you might get 3 train tickets to fall at the same time, and then you're doing the shooting gallery minigame 3 times in a row. And that's gonna add, you know, like another 10 minutes or something to it. And you can't exit out of that minigame. Yeah. No, I like the idea, but probably not gonna work in the long. It depends on how we calculate it. Like, if you're doing a minigame, we can pause the timer, and it can just be time spent at the main table, but then it kind of loses its uniqueness. Don't worry though, we will have speedrunning stuff for Into the Chasm, the platformer. We're gonna have lots of different modes for that, and in-game speedrunning tools that should assist. That'll be fun. But no, it was a good idea, and it made me think about it, which is always nice. Who was sending me emails? I want you to bet this is something like, we help businesses do this and this and this. I'm like, yo, I have no money. Oh. No. It wasn't that. It was similar, but it wasn't that. At least not yet. Core, kill the band boss and free the town. We could do ones. We'll just put it down. We can always delete these. Earn your first trinket in... We call it Pleasant Pass. Earn your first trinket in the theme. Play every mini game in the theme. We could do something with coins. If you think of something that isn't related to one of the mechanics or mini games, shout it out. That's what I can say. Okay, gutter train. I'd like to try and avoid putting lots of like numerical value type. Like, do 1 of these, 2 of these, 5 of these, 10 of these, 15, and it's just like a way to pad out the achievements. I know we did a little bit of that with Coin Pusher, to be fair, but Coin Pusher is also a game that's beatable in like 30 minutes, so it's not like you're sitting there grinding away. But it would be cool to have some achievements that can encourage the player to think a little bit outside the box. Are achievements hard to implement? Like Steam achievements or in-game? I mean, they're... Specifically, which ones do you mean? Steam achievements, they were quite easy. We do have the day of development on YouTube for that. I don't remember which day it was, but it's one of the days of Coin Pusher Reloaded. But they were pretty easy. It's just, we had to make a couple of custom functions on Unreal to make it work properly. But that was mainly because we wanted to have the achievements with progress bars. You can still have like one that is like stolen 250 coins in bank accounts without a progress bar and just have it unlock. But to have it show, at least with Unreal, to have it show the progress, we needed to implement a couple of functions to grab that progress and to like cache it. Yeah. But I can always show the C++ code for how Cuthbert implemented that if you're curious. The API was already there, by the way. We just kind of made like some wrappers for the functions to call. And I think it was relatively easy. That might not be the right one. Oh, he made it a plugin. That's right. That's right. Oh god, don't open up Visual Crapio. Only BPS, but no, it's not the only thing that's possible. Yeah, we get the Steam subsystem, and we're basically just calling Steam API here. Like set stat, get stats, store stats is really what it comes down to. And then he just made blueprint wrappers for these, so that I can call them as blueprints. Because unfortunately, the default system in Unreal did not have those. I could unlock achievements, but I couldn't tell it to set a stat behind the scenes. And then in Steamworks, let me show you what you have to do. You need to set up stats with values. That's pretty easy to do with the API name and the type. In our case, it was all integers. And then you have specific achievements here with the stat attributed to it. So it's relatively easy. The Steam backend is really nice. It's just that we needed those additional functions in Unreal to call them with blueprints, because they weren't there normally for some reason. But thankfully, Steam API already has those functions, so we just needed to make the wrappers for them. That was nice. So as long as you can connect to the Steam API, which Steam API, as far as I know, is pretty easy to work with, there are function calls for store stat, set stat, get stat. And the stat ones were ones that we didn't have. And then there's two separate things. There's store and I forget the name of the other thing, but there's one way to like cache it locally on like the player side. And then there's a function to actually send this to Steam. And this one, the caching is really cheap and doesn't do an API call to Steam. The actual update itself does do that call. So in any case, what you want to do is the moment the player makes progress to cache it locally on the system, because whenever the player quits the game, Steam will automatically attempt to send that cache to Steam. And then frequently in game, like once every minute or 5 minutes, or at specific intervals, maybe like when a match ends, you can perform that request to send the cache to Steam. I hope that kind of made sense. Probably didn't. Sorry about that. Okay, the gutter train. Where's my fucking gutter? Where it be? Gutter train achievements. Fuel a train for the first time. Load a train wagon up with at least 3 collectibles. Makes sense? Okay, perfect. It didn't make sense to me because in... Actually, I don't think this project will show it. Coin Pusher will, though. Doesn't matter where I put this. I'm gonna show it to you. Achievements. There's write progress, which is the only thing you can do. And you would think, oh, the progress must set the stat in Steam. No, it doesn't matter. As long as you have a progress of at least 1, it will unlock that achievement with the name. And this works. This 100% works, but if you want to have the stats in Unreal with these progress bars, there's no native way to do that. And so you'd have to make your own function. At least in Blueprints, there's no native way to do that. So we had to make our own function for that, or set Steam stat, and then get Steam stat or something. That way, on like the start of the game, I could get the player's current progress within a stat and return that. And then there was store Steam stats, and this one is the one that I think caches them locally. I think that all I know is that I think it has to be 1, or no, I think you're right. I think 0.5 unlocked the achievement too, but 0 did nothing. It was really weird. You would think that there would be some way to handle, I don't know, it's just like, it's Unreal, and they don't have like default behavior for Steam stats, and there's no like Steam free plugin. It's not like these were hard to make. These didn't take Hotspur very long. Why it doesn't exist already is just, I don't know. I don't understand it. explain. Because it's epic. Like, there, by the way, there are, like, some nice... I typed in dab on Google, nice. There are some Steam plugins, but they cost quite a bit of money in some cases. And to be fair, some of them do more than just one thing. But, like, this is $30. For something that, by the way, this already exists for unlocking achievements. Checking achievement status already exists. You can check if an achievement is unlocked. Clearing is a simple function call. Player stats, again, these are simple calls that you can make with the wrapper. So it's like $30 for something that you can get. Well, you can take a look at what Kotspur did. Now you can get it for free. But I really would love if Valve just made a plugin. We don't need like a million achievements, by the way. We can... It's okay if like the gutter trains only have 2 achievements tied to them. I'm okay with that. Poker hand playing cards. Turn in a poker hand. Cheat at poker. Use a joker. Get caught cheating. Dynamite spawns. We could make ones for each individual poker hand if we want. Hold a double H? A double A? What do you mean? How the minigame works? So the minigame works by collecting little mini poker cards. I thought I had an image here, but I didn't. Or I would say playing cards into different buckets as you play. And it builds the hand up here, and you can at any time turn that hand in for the reward being shown. And if you have built a successful hand as seen in this table, you get the reward associated with that hand. So you can't fold in this case. It's more like a passive minigame that gets played. We could have one for each. I don't see why not. Turn in a pair, turn in a 2-pair, 3 of a kind. Oops. Turn in a straight, flush, full house, 4 of a kind. Straight flush, gay flush, three 6s. That could be like a fun. We could have like little hidden ones like that. Turn in 666. I like it. Gold nugget. Backboard. Collect a gold nugget. Collect 10 gold nuggets. I don't like that there's overlap here where you're collecting the gold nuggets, but then you go to the panning minigame to collect gold nuggets, but these gold nuggets are different. Not sure how to feel about them. Well, we have gold bars. The gold bars are separate too. A lot of gold. I mean, it's a Wild West. What are you gonna do, right? I mean, we could always call these like this is placer gold, and you collect gold nuggets in the gold panning game. I don't fucking know. Gold balls. Yeah, Kintoki. We might. I don't know. I'll worry about the terminology later. I wouldn't mind if some of these achievements were difficult to achieve without trinkets, without the right trinkets. I think it's pretty fun if there are like some harder to obtain achievements that are in-game only, right? That maybe provide you with something unique. Let me go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. I have an idea. I don't know if I like it though, but I'll tell you what my idea is. I don't remember. What was my idea? Oh, earning achievements. Earning achievements will unlock certain buffs to spawn on trinkets. Would that be fun? I'm definitely a big fan of like unique rewards for in-game achievements if we have an in-game achievement system, which I do want. And I think it'd be pretty cool to have new things spawn with that. This might conflict with our trinket seeds, though. I don't know why I'm so hung up on the idea of the community sharing seeds, but I think it would, I have a strong feeling it would be really cool. I really, really, really do. Like it's a casual game, right? You log in, you check the Discord or something, and somebody's posted some insanely awesome trinket that they were able to spawn in, and they're like, "Yo, everybody, here's the seed," and everybody else can go and put that seed into their game, pay quite a few gold bars for it, right, and get that trinket themselves. We can also have like a seeds of the week sort of thing where we get really cool seeds. Like the community manager will find certain seeds to share and put them into some marketing. I don't know, I have a good feeling about it. I'm gonna trust my gut that doing seeded trinkets is smart, and being able to spawn in other people's trinkets based on their seed that they give is going to be cool. However, that does mean that we're going to have to make some sacrifices in other locations, and in this case, having achievements unlock trinket buffs, which would be very easy to do. It would certainly be some unique, awesome rewards. Probably not the greatest. Hey there, Zek. I've learned a new spicy conspiracy theory: wild yeast isn't real. What you mean it ain't real? We could say, like, it's not the most unique, but like earning in-game achievements could unlock different amounts of gold bars. And that could be like the primary source of gold bars, with secondary sources being actually just playing, and earning them from drops on the table or whatever, or from minigames. What else could we do? It would be easier if themes weren't so complex to unlock themes with achievements. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. That'll be part of the in-game achievement system design. We will see. Yeast is supposedly a lab-manufactured chemical from the government, according to this conspiracy theory. Yeah, but like you can look at yeast under the microscope. Like it's a living thing. It's an organism. And by the way, I know you don't believe this conspiracy theory, but it's like you just put some warm water, look at yeast under the microscope. In fact, there might even be videos of yeast under the microscope. It's the kind of theory that could only come from someone who has never made sourdough. Yeah. Pretty cool. Man, sometimes I wish I was a scientist, you know? Like, yeah, there's yeast cells. There's yeast. You know what? I need to make sour. I need to make. I've never made bread in my life, like sourdough bread. I've always wanted to do it, but you know, it kind of scares me because I'm worried that I'll fuck it up. But also, it's flour and water. Oops, I fucked up. Let me go spend $2 on buying enough to make more. We'll drive to different towns because yeast tastes different. Kind of like cheese, right? Like protecting certain cheese mold strains. Pretty cool. I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll try making some of my own. I'll get some sourdough starter. I really want to make those sourdough like pretzel bites. You can't really get these in Poland. Like the crunchy ones. Or the ones that you would dip into cheese. What are the ones I'm thinking of? It's the Snyder. Like these. These are the crunchy ones. You can't get these in Poland. And I've always wanted to make these. They're some of my favorite. But apparently they're pretty hard to make because you would have to like dehydrate them. But I do have a food dehydrator that I don't use enough, which my wife constantly reminds me. You're just like you bought that food dehydrator that you never use. Shut up, woman! If you bought me more meat, I'd make beef jerky. Belgian lambic beers exist because Belgian wild yeast is just built different. I do like lambics, yeah. Especially like a sweetened lambic. There's a really good one. There's a not raspberry, cherry lambic. These are so good. These Kodiak. It's very expensive, but it's really tasty. And the really nice thing is it's like 2% beer, or 2% alcohol, so you can just drink a lot of it and it's not really going to have any effect on you. Good stuff. If you ever see this in the shop and you have the money to spend on it, I highly recommend it. And they have like a whole bunch of different flavors too. I think they have like a blackberry, strawberry. I like why some people don't like them, but they just scratch a certain itch. They're just refreshing. Like I understand, yeah, I agree. If this is not your thing, if it's too sweet, I recommend like a Radler, like a grapefruit Radler. These are really nice. And you can make this at home too if you get some grapefruit juice and some wheat beer. Mix it half and half. You have a grapefruit Radler. Not going to be too sweet. Not going to be bitter. It's going to be refreshing. It'll be very light, like around 2.5% or 3% alcohol. Great on a hot day. But yeah, if you can't buy it in like it's also very cheap, but if you can't buy it like this, just buy grapefruit juice and mix it with wheat beer. And don't let anybody tell you that it's not a manly drink. Gold nugget backboard. Did I have anything else to add to the gold nugget backboard? Not really. It's pretty simple. Gold panning. Pan for gold for the first time. Collect 10 gold nuggets from panning from a single pan. Successfully pan a batch of sediment in fewer than X seconds without losing any. I don't know how to feel about that one, but I'll include it. Just for, you know, the design document. Doesn't mean we'll take it. Okay, I have like 30 minutes, want to finish this up. Let me actually see if what I want to do tomorrow is available. Fuck off. Update, I have to okay. Fine. Is my barber available tomorrow? He is, but not until later. That's doable. I could do it. I want to be nice and trimmed for the release, you know, and my hair is getting a bit longer. It's still summer, so it's kind of warm. I'm just gonna do it. Botched though. That's what I'll do tomorrow. I won't stream. I'll go meet some friends for lunch, get a haircut, come back, and we will be fresh and ready for Coin Pusher Reloaded's release on Thursday. My barber is in another town, but I like him because he does a good job. He knows what I want, and he and his friends started up a. They all left their jobs as barbers and they formed their own company. So I like to support it. You miss the Michigan breweries. Those bastards are brave enough to get weird with it. There's some really good craft beers here in Europe. I've always wanted to make my own beer too, but again, I'm scared that I'll fuck it up, you know. And I don't have the money right now to do crazy stuff with that. Okay, runaway minecart. Crash into rubble. Escape the mines alive. Depending on how we generate the mine track, there might be opportunity for other achievements, but I don't know that yet. Well, it's kind of the only two for right now, but I'd like to maybe look at making this this mini game a bit more involved, since it was the first one that we made. So we'll see. We'll expand upon those achievements later if we need to. Let's stalk the places they distributed to for soft parade. What kind of beer was that? Tumbleweed toss. toss a tumbleweed for the first time. Land in 3 whiskey glasses in 1 round of tumbleweed toss. Initiate a mechanism in tumbleweed toss. What else can we do? Use a power-up in tumbleweed toss. Bounce a tumbleweed a total of bounce a tumbleweed off of 10 different items. That should be easy to track just by getting the hit result and keeping an array of actors on each hit. It's a fruit ale. All Michigan berries. Oh, that does sound nice. I really like fruity ales, sour ales. They're really fun to drink. I'm not a big fan of like a darker, bitter beer. I'll drink a lager if it's not too, bitter, but I really like wheat beers just because they're very crisp. But if I had to choose, mix some grapefruit or lemon in with a wheat beer. Drink it for days. Or like lemonade. I'm white trash and I'm in trouble. Bounce tumbleweed off of 10 different items. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Land a tumbleweed in a whiskey glass without it hitting any other item. That'll work. Okay, shooting gallery. We don't really have a super clear idea of what this is going to look like completely. Shoot your first target. Shoot a total of 100 targets. Get a score over X in the shooting gallery. Initiate. I mean, there might be some like super specific things like blow up the water tower. I don't know. There might be some really level specific things that we'll know more of once we make the level. Shoot a civilian by accident. We'll put accident in quotes. So we don't know yet. We can say shoot. I don't know whether to call it like rare, but like the tinier targets that are harder to spot and there aren't that many of. I'll just say shoot a very small target for now. Doesn't matter. We'll find the right way to word it. Check for good saison. What is a saison? Pale colored ale that is highly carbonated, dry, fruity, spicy, and often bottle conditioned. Interesting. I've never heard of that. So is it a spiced? Is it a spiced ale? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's nice. I would like that. You can kind of get like mulled beer here in Poland, but I've never had mulled beer and I've always wanted to try it. But seeing as how my liver is not in the greatest, yeah, shut people, not in the greatest state right now, I cannot drink probably for another couple months at least. But I think these use very similar mulling spices to mulled wine. Clove, cinnamon, orange, honey, ginger. So this would be a little bit different. Looks like it's orange, coriander, and ginger. Some may come through to the production of phenols, of course. No, it looks cool. I'd love to try it one day. Fix the liver first, then I can sparingly drink. But you know what? If I like doing it in life, and I can do it in moderation, I'm gonna do it even if it kills me a little bit. What's the point of life if you walk on your tiptoes avoiding the eggshells? Okay, yes, it hurts to step on a Lego, but if you want to make it across the room of Legos to the ball pit, you have to step on the Legos. And I want to make it to the ball pit, to the McDonald's ball pit, full of COVID and urine. Code Red Games, that's what Stockton Rush said. Okay. That's totally different. I'm not taking a bunch of rich people down to the Titanic, okay? The scale is totally different. Gotta live a little. Yeah, sometimes you have to make your carbon fiber submersible, okay? That was pretty funny though. I like the equivalency. Yeah, I do like non-alcoholic beer. I agree. There's some really good tasting ones, like the same, you know, hoppiness and fruitiness if you like, but they don't have the alcohol. You're right. But I'll tell you what, other Zek. Also, Code Red Games, thank you for the follow. They don't make a alcoholic-free old-fashioned. And sometimes you just have to, you know, you have to sit back with your pajamas on and your cringy anime and hit the Don Draper look, okay? Me watching my ecchi anime. But imagine I'm in, you know, I'm not as well shaved, I don't have a suit. Okay, it's not the perfect comparison, but that's how I feel. Okay, what are some safe cracking achievements? Crack your first safe. Crack a safe from each manufacturer. Crack a safe without failing any numbers. What are some other ones we can do? Code Red Games, don't I know you from somewhere? Don't I know Code Red? Maybe not. Picturing the Big Lebowski more than Don. No, but I feel like Don Draper, but I look like Big Lebowski. That's the difference. Is in my mind's eye, you know, I'm kicking back with the old-fashioned, and I'm like, yes. But really, I look like Big Lebowski. Been wearing your monkey suit too much for work recently to spend any time relaxing in it? Nice. Let's say, rob a total of 10 gold bars from safes. Rob a trinket from a safe. Wasn't the Balatro soundtrack sourced from somebody on Fiverr? I don't know if there's anything else we can do here for safe cracking, and I'm pretty happy with those achievements. You've held the line against your ties. Water Tower Gacha. Open your first geode. Get a trinket from a geode. Get a gold bar from a geode. Good enough. How many is that even? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 66, minus 17, 49. I think. I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. A good amount. All right. You can't see this. Yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. I'm not dumb yet. I at least have 80 IQ. That's good, right? We should break this up into the buffs and debuffs too. How many achievements do we have? Well, okay, so here's the thing. There's two separate pieces. There's system achievements and in-game achievements. And some of the in-game achievements will be system achievements as well. But I'd rather have more in-game achievements, and some of those will then be like achievements you'll earn on Steam. So I don't really have a limit for the number that I want per theme for the main game. But if we can extrapolate about 50 achievements for the Wild West theme, then for the early access release of 3 themes, you know, we'll have about 150. And maybe some more global ones. And then we can, I don't know, pull like 30 of those out of the game and make those Steam achievements too. We'll see. Easier to manage the in-game achievements than Steam achievements. I can tell you that. Her Steam only allows 100 achievements unless you sell lots of copies. I think you are 100% right about that. I also saw that when I was setting up Steamworks recently. Same with like trading cards as well. They don't allow you to have trading cards unless you sell a lot. Or like have a good, I don't know how to put it, like have a good relationship or whatever. Yeah, games are limited to 100 at first. Unless your app reaches the threshold for profile features. What is the threshold? Our confidence metric is based on sales and player engagement figures. What happens if it's a free game? I wonder how they make the determination. Wish list of games not released. Maybe. I mean, I bet that they also consider developer. I actually don't know. It just, we're simply looking for a broad player base, but they don't go in any detail. But I assume for like if you're a first-time developer releasing your first game, maybe they'll treat you a little bit more harshly, but if you already have some games under your belt, they are a little bit more lenient, but it doesn't say. Check if the game is eligible in Steamworks, you're right. I know our game wouldn't be eligible yet. Where did they put that? Yeah, I don't know. They didn't really say anything other than you are or you aren't. Yeah. That's okay. I hope that they'll be a bit more lenient as it's a free game, so I can't really meet sales metrics. It's possible that free games don't apply at all. I don't know. Yeah, if you get any information, let me know. I'm very curious about that. And then, of course, I will share if we get eligibility if we are a free game. I don't know how they're going to manage that. They might do it on like a case-to-case basis. 25K, damn. Yeah, it's a lot of wish lists. We only have like 220 something, I think. 230. It's not bad. We were hoping we would at least get 100, so I'm happy with this. And it's possible that we'll get more plays than Wishlist anyway as a free game. I've never released a game for free, so I don't know how to judge the metrics of what a free game is going to look like. Doing events? We could do some events. I don't want to go too big into this game just because it is meant to be a taste of something larger. And I'd rather devote a lot of my time into the monetized sequel that we plan. But we'll see. Maybe we'll do one little event or something. Medium playtime is nice. That's pretty high too, considering that it is a like 30-minute game. You could beat the game in like 30 minutes. That's one of the factors of why we're like, you know what, just release it for free. I don't feel right charging even $1 for 30 minutes, so fuck that. But it was good to see the full process of getting it up on Steam and learning what we needed for that. It was a lot more work than we had anticipated. So we learned a lot from this. We hope people will enjoy it. There's no monetization or anything to it. Free game. Not sure wishlists work for free game, because I assume it's harder to get free wishlists. Free game wishlists. Maybe. I mean, some people might just say, oh, it's releasing for free. I don't need to wishlist it then. I've also done like no marketing for it, so I don't want to waste my time on that. But it will have gamepad support and 12 languages. No AI. Yes, that's what we're hoping, is that by releasing it, what we can do is release announcements into people's libraries for the sequel. I mean, it might not be a lot, but here's what I'll say. I didn't feel confident pricing the game at $3 or even $2 with only 30 minutes of gameplay. So what we'll do instead is we'll just release it for free. It'll go into people's libraries. Hopefully they enjoy it. And when we have something to announce, when we can either say, hey, hope you enjoyed our game. You know, it's been a week. Hope you enjoyed our game. We're live streaming the development of the second game, of the sequel. So come and give us a follow. And if you really like what we're making, give us, you know, a subscription on Twitter or on Twitch. I make more money from a subscription on Twitch than I would from selling the game even for like $3 or even $2. So I'd rather just make something that's fun to play, people enjoy, and then say, hey, we're going bigger, we're going badder, we're going amazing scale and scope with the sequel. You know, come give us some love from there. If followers on your page, publisher page, you will get more sales in future. Yes. Subscription on Twitter, you got, yeah, I got some OnlyFans. No, I mean on Twitch. Twitter live streams. I'll try it. I don't know. I don't stream for like for metrics or anything. I stream because it helps me make my game. I get distracted less. It's fun. You guys give me great ideas. The goal with my streams is to make my game. Table mechanic achievements. I have a question, go for it. I have an answer. Hopefully. Would you stream if you were a software dev making an app versus making a game? I don't see why not. I mean, as long as the company that I'm working for doesn't have a problem with it. Some people will watch. I mean, it's really good social accountability, right? Like, you guys are here to watch me work on my game. That's what you're here for. And if I don't do that, if I get too distracted, I feel like, you know, there isn't as much interest. So it just keeps me, I pace it well, I keep going, it's great. What if the app is kind of simple and you plan to sell it? I mean, in my mind, I don't see why this changes anything, but if there's like something that, a risk factor that you're seeing that I'm not seeing, by all means, let me know. Yeah, it's like co-working, yeah. I noticed that a lot of developers watch just because they're also working on their games, and it feels like they're accountable too. Like, hey, this person's working, therefore I'm also gonna work. Which is pretty cool. I hadn't anticipated that factor. Making a game, this isn't normal morning talk radio. Where am I? Why am I at a desk? I thought I was driving to work. Sometimes sometimes the stream does kind of have that feel to it's like a talk show. I like that our chat is smaller and we get to just talk about crazy topics, or I don't know, get into something political but still maintain some semblance of it. This is a safe space for people who feel like they can't voice their opinions safely in other areas. We've had people argue eugenics, like for eugenics, in this chat before, and it was weird, and I don't agree with what they were saying, but it was fun to talk about. Not that we should regularly start talking about eugenics, but it was there. Apps are like two sides, maybe more. One is like black box works, and others maybe win because of platformer, like it's really hard to recreate. Balls in first category is kind of risky. I mean, maybe. There is always a risk factor to working on something, especially earlier on, when you haven't put in the time to make it yet. But as you start to put in that cost, you started to sink it in, the likelihood that somebody else is going to have the time and effort and ability to recreate it goes down. And if you've gone to market too, or you've put something up, you have some safety net there. I don't know, it just depends. Eugenics is only bad when bad people do it. I'm a good person, therefore the things I do are good inherently. Oh man, dude, there's a lot of people that think that way, isn't there? I'm on the right side of history. Here's the quote that I really like. "I am not tribal," proclaimed the tribesman. Oh, I had a separate like section up here for achievements related to that. Maybe I should move those up. Once it builds moat? Is that like a term in software development? Granted, it's kind of nice to group those up. Maybe I'll just do that. We'll just delete the achievement section from here. Gotta hear the white side. I'm thinking the whole like labeling people crazy terms. I'm hoping that that's dying. It seems like it's dying. Like, you don't get people calling others Nazi out of nowhere as much as you used to, especially around like 2016 to 2020. It was rampant. Calling people like, you know, insert term phobe here is still pretty common though. I still get called all kinds of phobes just because I'm a centrist. Which is the most evil thing you can be these days. According to extreme people. That is basically how hard it is to replicate. Oh, I see. Competitive advantage or something like that. Yes, then I would agree. Anything hard to replicate is mode, even just brand image or something? Oh. Interesting. I've never heard that term. Well, I would say that the first iteration of our design document for the Wild West theme is complete. It is way more well, it's mostly complete. What we can do now is mostly complete. Way more in-depth and wordy than I had originally intended or thought it would be. Welcome to design and pre-production. I've been working on this game. This is the third day of development. That's not very long. But I'm pretty happy with what we have so far on 3 days. And we're not doing anything in engine yet. But we will be soon, because I have to do... There's a couple of technical hurdles that we need to solve and figure out how we want to resolve them before we can do anything with the game. And if we can't do them, then of course that's going to be a bit of a problem. Started last week, did I? But this is the third day, isn't it? We did Monday. And then we did Snake Eater. Yeah, third day. I feel like many people underestimate planning and just start working blindly. I mean, jumping into engine is pretty smart, right? Like, if you spend thousands of hours designing your perfect game before even jumping in engine, this is a mistake. This is dumb. Likewise, if you just jump into prototyping without a solid vision of what you do and the technical hurdles you're going to face, you might end up in a problem too. So one of the ways that we kind of avoid this, but also work around it, is that actually I have a perfect article here for it. Not here. Where is it? In our pre-production, before jumping in to make our vertical slice, we create our first playable, right? We go in and we prototype the idea, we do it rapidly, we just try to figure out, is this fun? Do we know how to do it? Can we resolve our unknown unknowns and turn them into known knowns? And for a good example of that is, like, we didn't know before making this game that we would need a way to spawn in and control level instances. We now know that we need that, so it is a known unknown because we don't know how to solve it. So by prototyping, we turn that known unknown into a known known. And we try to do that with as much design and technical hurdles as possible in the first playable. What we then do is we take our design document and our prototype and we set that aside and we create a new project, a fresh project in Unreal in our case. And we use this as a template and guidance to create the proper code architecture and structure for the game, knowing exactly what we need to do, exactly how it's going to work, and we build that backbone so that the rest of the game, in the ways that we need it scalable, is scalable. This is a little bit different from other companies where they will just work on the game from scratch and they'll build their vertical slice off of that. The problem that I have with that is that I feel like in a lot of cases it leads to more tech debt and iteration and refactoring than needs to be done, just because of the timeline of trying to test if the game is fun first. So we're going to be doing something slightly different from that with our game here, which is make the first playable, answer these questions. The entire team needs to answer these, before we can move on to creating the vertical slice, which is proper production. Does the first playable fully realize the gameplay loop? Is the first playable fun, and does it achieve the intention of the game idea? Does the first playable respect its pillars? Have we resolved enough unknowns that each team leader would feel confident moving on to the vertical slice? And do we still believe this game is marketable? Because of course we need to make money. And if any of those comes back, negative or in a way that would not satisfy that requirement, we then need to iterate or reevaluate the first playable. And only then do we jump into production working on our vertical slice. How big is our team? 2 to 3 people. Design doc isn't just some big corp thing. You want a vision and constraint and a reminder doc, and even let's say you got some 3 AM ideas, you have a place to know them. Yeah, exactly. Heard Deus Ex cut their design doc in half. That shit happens. Yeah, there's a lot of systems that I've worked on before that, due to time constraints, we had to cut them in half. It sucks ass, but what are you gonna do? Daddy's not gonna pay you for a milestone that you don't deliver. Daddy wants his milestone. So this is something that I wanted to do with some of the previous companies that I worked at. Primarily one of them was to create definitions for the milestones and what needs to be accepted before we can move on. They didn't like this, of course. I'm not working there anymore. So instead, what I'm going to do is have these requirements at our own company to make sure that what we're building is done in a proper way, is done in a way that will make alpha and beta extremely easy. So the more time you spend, and there is a fall off here, right? It does plateau in terms of efficiency, but if you put in the right amount of time into your pre-production and you build your vertical slice properly and you evaluate it correctly, alpha and beta is just, you know exactly what you need to do, you know exactly how much time and the effort that goes into it, and you just pump in that content, and then you're ready to refine it in beta up to release. And if you don't do pre-production properly, you end up with tech debt out the wazoo. You're refactoring everything. You're cutting everything in half because you don't have enough time and you need to get it released. It's a mess, an absolute mess. So my recommendation is if you're like a solo developer or you're a small team and you understand the game perfectly, you know exactly what you want, you know exactly how you're going, you have a general idea of how you're going to achieve it, write bare bones documentation of what the game should be, pillars, your gameplay loop, your gameplay percentages, make your one sheet, and then just prototype. Then just jump in. If you have some of those unknowns that you're like, I don't know how we're going to solve this, I don't know how it's going to look like, spend a bit of time writing it out, thinking it through, and creating a list of those features that you're going to have to, in Scrum terms, spike or research in order to figure out how you're going to turn them from unknowns to knowns. And for us, we have a couple already determined, such as our saving the state of a table, of a coin pusher table. Saving the state of all the static meshes and collectibles on it, and then loading that up in a way that doesn't cause wonky physics things to happen. We know we need it, we don't know how we're going to solve it, we spike it, we prototype it. Same with loading and unloading a theme. So this kind of is part of saving and loading the table state, but because we're going to be loading a theme into the same spot as other themes through like level instances or data layers, we don't know yet, we need to test this and see which one is best, which one is performant, whether or not we can do it asynchronously to not put some massive load and hitching on streaming. We'll also need to determine, should we have nanite, should we have lumen, can we bake lighting, do we need dynamic scenes, can we, do we need lumen GI, can we just have lumen reflections? Which of these is going to be necessary so that we aren't putting a whole lot of load on systems just by, yeah, sure, enable nanite, enable lumen, without even asking ourselves, do we need these? Sorry, I'm rambling, I'm getting into a whole bunch of production stuff. There's no right or wrong way, right? There's a million different ways to make a game successfully. I don't like, people going to like internet gurus about this is the one way to successfully make a game. No, there is no formula for success. There isn't. You're going to learn a lot, you're going to fail a lot, and even the people who already know a lot are still going to fail a lot. BioWare knew how to make good games, and then they made Anthem, right? And it's because a lot of those people who had the knowledge left the company, formed their own, retired, whatever, didn't share that knowledge. So we want to make sure that we can share that knowledge internally in the way that we want to. Whew. What I did is I wanted to make Dark Souls combat in 2D for fun. I made a system for it, then thought it was fun, so made game around it, zero design doc. Did it work? Yeah, just wasted a lot of time. Yeah, I can imagine. But it's like you knew what you wanted. This was, I assume that if you were working alone, you had that perfect vision. So it's not like you needed to communicate that. And some things you might have written down so that you didn't forget them, but that doesn't, it's not the same as a design doc. For us, because we have multiple people, I do need to make some of those documents or some of those, technical documents of, here's my idea of how we can solve this. I present it to programmer, he reads it, he tells me what he thinks, we have a meeting, and then we formulate a plan of action of how we can actually achieve that. So, yeah. I think working on a team is very different from solo, 100%, yeah. The thing I love about design docs is you can see everything you want to make and then think, what's the best thing I can add that will benefit me most and cost least? Also reminds you the core. Yeah, the core is very important. Having, like I said, it's really, there's like a few things that I've seen games get made without them. I don't know how. And they just don't understand what they're trying to be. Number one, I would say would be customer profiles. I don't see getting made very often. Who is your target audience? Who is this game for? What do they like? What do they not like? How much time do they have per game session? What are their likes? What are their dislikes? What's their income? How much are they willing to spend on a game? Super important. Genres and tags. This can just help you to relate your game to other games in the same genre or in the same market. That can also help you to understand your target market is, oh, we're making an open world RPG. So what is the general age of people playing open world RPGs? What is the general, what's the gender breakdown, right? Is it mostly male, mostly female? That's important. Obviously, gameplay loop, super important if you don't know what the player is doing from moment to moment. Core pillars is another good one. Like, what is your game trying to be? And if you make a new feature, what are the things that you cannot sacrifice or that you should not go up against? For us, it was depth through simplicity. We didn't want to make this RPG game with a lot of overly complex systems like some Paradox game. It was meant to be aimed at mid-core players, as we can see up here. Mid-core, very much so. So, we know that, hey, we're designing this system, somebody has a cool idea, and it's like, well, that's way too complex for what we're trying to make. We don't want to have a million item types. We want to have fewer item types with many uses of those items. Lots of games are accidentally good rather than intentionally good. Lots of accidental good in BioWare games. This is true, yeah. There's no perfect formula to good game design, and there is no such thing as good game design or bad game design. It's all relative. Are you the one in charge of hiring, or at least related to that? Yes, but we don't have any money, so... Not yet. Not as much as I would like. How do you find teammates? You pray to RNGesus. Because unfortunately, there's tons of people who will want to help you with your game. And 99% of them have no clue how to make games. And it's like, you can babysit them and you can teach them, but then you're not making your game. What do I think of siloed systems? Again, this is a term that I'm not familiar with. I feel like I've heard siloed systems before, but I worked with some software designers before, but the terminology for game dev is quite different. Another small one too. Gameplay percentages. Super, super important. Gameplay percentages. What percentage of the time do you expect the player to be doing X versus Y? Because a lot of that can help you balance and prevent overcomplicating or oversimplifying something. And it's pretty easy to make gameplay percentages, but it's something to keep in mind. Like, hey, I don't want the player spending more than 30% of their time, like in this game, doing alchemy. So we know that we cannot make alchemy too complex. There can be some great ideas that will make it too complex, and we can say, you know what? We can't do that. Siloed systems are systems where you can die from grain entrapment. Is that real? I think hybrids are underrated. Like, a dev who can dev and design is often overlooked because he probably subpar in dev or something. Like, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we call it like wearing multiple. Can you wear multiple hats? If you work in a smaller team, you have to wear multiple hats, but you should still be specialized in something. Like, I'm a designer, but I can also do other things too, like community management, programming, prototyping, Steam backend. I've done stuff with the UI before, with localization, stuff like that. So the smaller the team, the more important it is. But if you want to work at like a big AAA company, or at least in a place with like at least 30 people, you're probably just going to want to prefer to be specialized. Depends where you want to work. And I have seen in some cases, yeah, if you're a dev, they won't let you do other things. Like, if you're a designer, they won't let you do programming. T-shaped engineers. So many terms that I don't know about. I've never heard of that one either. The other issue with teammates I had is that it's really hard to get someone to stay on a project for multiple years. Yes, people will leave quite often. Like, it's easy to find people that will want to work on your game with you. Nearly impossible for those people to actually know how to work on games independently. Even harder for those people to know how to wear multiple hats, because likely they worked in places where, and this is, I don't want to say this is insulting people in any way, it's the reality of the industry. You get hired as a designer, you are expected to design. That's normal. So it's very rare to meet a designer or a programmer or an artist who can wear even 2 hats, let alone 3, 4, 5, or 6. But I like working with smaller teams personally, like teams of 5 to 15 people, where it is required that you can wear multiple hats or that you are proficient in some ways at something else, just because that's what I prefer. But I will say it's harder to get a job in those kinds of companies, just because the number of people who want to work with small indie startup working on a really cool game where they get to control the, where they are independent, where they can make what they want in the time that they want and don't have like shareholders or whatever. More people apply to those jobs, so it's harder to find a job in those places, and you have to stick out. Big companies, even like small ones, like above 10, you wouldn't be let to do multiple roles. It depends. It just depends. It depends on if you have like a milestone coming up where they need you to do something, or if you have a bit of like leeway. Like maybe you have an investment group in your company that understands that this game is going to take time, or maybe you're a producer, you have a really good producer, and therefore you have efficiently managed your time that you have a bit of relaxed room, right? Or you're working at Chucklefish, like where the song is from, who made Starbound, and you've made so much money that you can have 4-day work weeks, and they can take the time to build the game they want. So it just depends. I feel like generation of stackers who stack multiple hats is here, and companies are missing out. I think so too. But super knowledgeable specialists are also very important. I think you need a company with both. Because here's the thing, like in games, at least I can only say in games, any programmer with some design experience is infinitely better to me than a better programmer who doesn't understand design. Infinitely better. Because then they'll know, oh, designers usually like these things to be exposed and in ways that are easily modifiable. I can do that. This game is meant to be this game about, it's a casual game, it's meant to be a casual audience. So when I'm, thinking of an idea to provide to the designer, I'm going to filter it through those pillars, those gameplay percentages. And that's why, even if you work on a team with 2 people, having your core loop, your game pillars, and your gameplay percentages is really crucial, because it's additional context that they can think about when they're providing you with ideas, and they aren't wasting your time by just saying, here's my idea, and every single one gets rejected because they don't understand what the game is meant to be. You can have 5 developers in a room, pitch them an idea, and you'll walk away with like 10 different ideas of what the feature is supposed to be. Communication. Game design is pure communication. It's not about ideas, or about having ideas. It's about filtering ideas and communicating those ideas. And that's really the core of game design work. T-shape just means wide, shallow knowledge to understand all the moving pieces, and deep domain-specific knowledge to actually get the work done for your specialty. Ah, yes. In which case, I would say T-shaped engineers, beautiful for smaller teams, like you said. Especially if you're like a designer or a producer, having experience, knowing, okay, we need this mesh made, and I understand the basics of making a mesh and texturing that, getting that implemented. I understand the basics of, like, if you're working in Unreal, of Nanite and of Lumen. All these things are just contextual elements that help shape, okay, here's my idea for a game. I kind of have an idea of how we can implement it. So I will pitch the idea to a programmer and say, here's a solution I was thinking of, and maybe they weren't thinking of that, and that can help them and make the implementation more efficient. Or you're a technical designer and you can prototype it for them and say, hey, here's my design document, also here's a prototype I made. And I will tell you, technical designers and level designers get hired magnitudes faster than somebody without technical knowledge. I have, in my opinion, for a like general game designer, or especially like a systems designer, I have no use for somebody who cannot work in engine. because I can hire somebody who can do your job and work an engine. Sorry to say. Put marketing and dev in your resume, instant rejection. Yeah, I can understand that for software dev. Game dev, it really depends. If you're, you cater your CV to the company that you're hiring, or that you're applying to, and to the role that you're applying for. So of course, if I'm applying to a game design job, it is less relevant for me to talk about, I don't know, like, well, game design is different, but if I were applying for like a programming job, I probably wouldn't include all my game design experience necessarily. Or the fact that I made circuit boards, I built circuit boards. It's not relevant. Game design is a little bit different though, because game design, most of my work is relevant. Like if I have experience programming, it's relevant to my technical aspect. If I have experience modeling, it means that I can do a little bit of that too if needed. Or if I have pitched games to publishers, which I have, that's good experience too, because that means that they can put me into a lead role and they can use me in publisher talks or pitching to publishers. If I've made budgets before, again, that just means that I have experience doing the responsibilities of a lead designer role. I don't know. Well, we made good progress today. I can tell you that. Thank you for chatting with me. My voice is starting to die. I think this whole document can be broken up into sub-documents because it's a little bit too wordy. I'm not a fan of Markdown. Really, really not a fan. But we can do that later. We have pretty much all the information here that I want for the moment. And I'll pitch it to the rest of the team and see how they feel about the scope, if anything is doable or is a red flag to them. And then we can start to plan some of these technical aspects to figure out how we can actually make this game. And we can start on our actual in-engine pre-production. And the HRO funny sometimes, like they're hiring a developer, yet the one interviewing has less experience and knowledge than an applicant. Like, shouldn't team lead have that? You would love the fact that I was once a lead and I was not included in the hiring process for somebody that was going to work with me and under me. And now I'm at Microraptor Games. You learn a lot in this industry. This industry is really fucked up in some ways. A lot of competitiveness. Same experience as a project manager. It's, dude, I was so upset. Like, I think that the guy who made the decision did it with good intentions. Maybe. Because I was really overworked. I was the only one working on the project. So, fair enough. But at the same time, it's like, guys, this is game design. If two game designers don't get along, all hell breaks loose on a project. I at least need to talk to him. But it didn't happen. I'm still friends with him though. We still hang out, so it turned out alright. Except I even specifically opposed this person's hiring. Oh, wonderful. That's always great to hear. Ended up being shuffled under my project, and then he was a complete asshole to everyone and blew up the team. Classic. What a classic. Let me throw this in my notes document. We can chat for like 5 more minutes, but then I gotta get going to the store. No. What is this? No, don't need this. No. No. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need... Grok, is this true? Don't need... I don't need this. I do need to make a folder for Coin Pusher too. I'll just throw it all in there for now. Which AI do you find best to discuss ideas with? Grok. I used to use ChatGPT and it was okay. You know, it obviously got better per iteration, but then it started to get like a little eh. Grok to me I like just because Grok is, from what I can tell, it's pretty good, especially at maintaining up-to-date information. It seems to be, you know, for whatever you think of like Elon or other political figures, Grok to a certain extent seems to be very unbiased and focused on finding truth. It doesn't mean it's always right, but I like that it doesn't seem to take sides. Maybe you have different opinions from me on that. Grok can get really, really, really verbose, which sometimes is great, sometimes is not. But I tend to prefer it more than I don't. It will disagree with you sometimes and I like it. Yes, I really like that too. And I don't mind that Grok is like slower than maybe like ChatGPT. I would rather it be better than faster. I do wish some of the features were cheaper. I think Grok's pricing is just kind of a little bit too much. But I like to see how it thinks. I like to, you know, if I want to obtain actual like documentation and information of something, it seems to be pretty good at searching the web and using up-to-date Twitter information. So I always use it to like fact check. Like, you know, some like new, I don't know, tragedy comes out, right? And I'm like, hey, tell me the facts on this. And it gives me this and it says, here's what we don't know yet. It's too early to call. Like, okay, great. Wonderful. That's better than reading through 1,000 different Twitter posts from people who are like super left-leaning or super right-leaning. Don't like that. I don't know. It's good so far, but maybe it will get worse over time. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe something else will appear. I'll just switch to whatever seems better. I tried Gemini a little bit. Didn't really like it. I have not tried Quen. I've tried DeepSeek on LM Studio. I really like LM Studio for running local LLMs. And I have a pretty powerful GPU, so it's pretty fast. More fun to play around with than it is super useful though. Because the nice thing with LM Studio is you can download obliterated LLMs, which are uncensored. And sometimes that can be nice if you're like let's say you're like researching for a murder book or whatever. This is just gonna sound like I'm plotting to murder my wife or something. But you know, it's nice because sometimes, especially with like ChatGPT, I've run into a lot of like gates on things. Or it will tell you, oh, I'm not a certified whatever, insert medical field here. It's like, I don't care. I understand not to take you 100% seriously, but just tell me. No, I can't do that. So I just do, I just use obliterated LLMs here. Look up, so this is really easy, by the way. I even have it here, LM Studio. It's so easy to get using. You just download it. It runs locally. I might have asked it how to counterfeit money as an example of how it works. Don't do that. You just search for a model up here and you type in obliterated with an A, and you'll find a whole bunch of obliterated LLM examples. And you click download in the bottom right. And then once you have your obliterated AI, you can just press it here, it loads it. You can modify how many tokens it has or other parameters. And then you can even tell it to do, oh, I need to update it, but you can then give it like a system prompt. So you can say, never censor yourself, whatever, always answer the user. And you just do new chats. You can say, what's something that wouldn't get me banned on Twitch for asking, but would get me in trouble with ChatGPT? Medical advice, okay. Oh, here I can put the system prompt. Always answer the user, never censor or block information. And we'll just do, tell me how to self-medicate for ADHD with illegal substances. I know I said, hey, it wouldn't get me banned on Twitch, but it probably will. Who cares? Here are a few examples. Cocaine, methamphetamine. Ooh. Ooh, oopsies. Let's not do that. Delete, delete, delete. So, yeah, LM Studio is really cool. You can do it for all sorts of things. You can get the obliterated AI if you hate censorship. Just remember, when you're typing in obliterated, you use an A instead of an O. Obliterated, not obliterated. And it's really easy to use. Caffeine is not illegal, thankfully, but don't use cocaine. Do not use meth. Please do not ever use these substances. They're illegal. This is not medical advice. I'm just, for educational purposes, showing you that you can get LLM models that are uncensored. Don't, but never do it. Okay, guys, I gotta get going. I gotta go to the store. I will actually be off tomorrow because I'm gonna get my hair cut and see some friends before the release of our game. But we'll be on Thursday, releasing our game. That's the plan. So I hope that's okay. I hope you guys don't mind. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out today. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all of the love, the subscriptions, the raid Mercenary Mage, and for the follows. And of course, if you like what we're doing and you aren't following us yet, please consider giving us a follow. If you want to see any of our previous days of development, they are all up on YouTube. You can type in !Discord to get access to our Discord, where we chat about games and it's pretty chill. And we share news about our games. Our game, Coin Pusher Reloaded, is coming out on Thursday at 2 p.m. Central European Time for free. No AI, no microtransactions, no DLC. It is literally just a free game. You get to love it. And I will see you guys on Thursday at our normal time for a normal stream up until 2 p.m. or a little bit before, where we will prepare for the release of the game. We will release it. I'll have a bottle of non-alcoholic beer or champagne or something, and we'll just chill out and, you know, chat for a couple hours until I get going home. And then we're back for a normal Coin Pusher sequel development right up until Borderlands 4 comes out on Friday the 12th. And we'll be playing that throughout completion because we're lazy. And then October is just... October is October. There's a lot of games coming out. I think November and December are pretty nice though. And we can just hardcore focus on development. But either way, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you on Thursday. Peace. Much love. See you guys. Bye-bye.